300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 1. Foundations of American Government. Anne and Mark meet in the Community Center's study room, surrounded by books and study materials. Today, they're diving into the basics of American government, which will help Mark on his path to U.S. citizenship.
Hi, Mark. Today we're covering part 1 of the 300 questions for your citizenship test. We'll focus on foundational questions about American government. I'll ask each question with 3 answer choices, and after you choose, I'll give you some context.
That sounds perfect, Anne. I'm ready.
Question 1. All right. First question, what is the supreme law of the land? A. The Declaration of Independence. B. The Constitution. C. The Bill of Rights.
I'll go with B, the Constitution.
Correct. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It outlines the structure of the government, defines rights and freedoms, and ensures that no state or individual can overrule its principles. Question 2. Who makes federal laws? A. The President. B. Congress. C. The Supreme Court.
B. Congress.
Right. Congress, which includes the Senate and the House of Representatives, is responsible for creating federal laws. This branch represents the people and ensures the public has a voice in the lawmaking process. Question 3. What are the first 10 amendments to the Constitution called? A. The Declaration of Rights. B. The Federalist Papers. C. The Bill of Rights.
C. The Bill of Rights.
Exactly. The Bill of Rights lists fundamental freedoms such as freedom of speech, religion, and the press. These amendments protect individuals from government overreach and uphold essential rights. Question 4. What is one purpose of the U.S. Constitution? A. To declare independence. B. To set up the structure of government. C. To appoint the president.
B. To set up the structure of government.
Correct. The Constitution not only establishes how the government functions, but also limits its powers, ensuring no one branch becomes too powerful. This structure is essential to American democracy. Question 5. Who was considered the father of our country? A. George Washington. B. Thomas Jefferson. C. Abraham Lincoln.
A. George Washington.
Right. George Washington led the country through its founding and served as the first president, establishing important precedents. He's highly respected for his leadership and dedication to America. Question 6. Who is in charge of the executive branch? A. The Speaker of the House. B. The President. C. The Chief Justice.
B. The President.
Yes, the President leads the executive branch, responsible for enforcing laws and overseeing federal departments and agencies. This branch includes the President's Cabinet, which provides guidance on national issues. Question 7. What are the 2 parts of the U.S. Congress? A. The House of Commons and the Senate. B. The Senate and the House of Representatives. C. The Supreme Court and the Senate.
B. The Senate and the House of Representatives.
Correct. Congress has two parts, the Senate, which gives equal representation to each state, and the House, where representation is based on population. This system ensures fair representation for all states. Question 8. Who was the main writer of the Declaration of Independence? A. Benjamin Franklin. B. George Washington. C. Thomas Jefferson.
C. Thomas Jefferson.
Right. Jefferson drafted the Declaration of Independence, which announced the colonies' decision to separate from British rule. This document became a cornerstone of American values and freedom. Question 9. What is freedom of speech? A. The right to say anything, anywhere. B. The right to express opinions without government interference. C. The right to protest any government official.
B. The right to express opinions without government interference.
Correct. Freedom of speech is a core American value, allowing people to express their views openly as long as it doesn't harm others or incite violence. This freedom is essential to democracy. Question 10. What is the highest court in the United States? A. The Supreme Court. B. The Court of Appeals. C. The Federal District Court.
A. The Supreme Court.
Exactly. The Supreme Court is the top authority in the judicial branch, and it has the final say on constitutional matters. Its rulings impact all levels of government and set precedents for other courts to follow. Question 11. How many branches of government are there? A. 1. B. 2. C. 3.
C. 3.
Right. The three branches are legislative, executive, and judicial. This separation of powers prevents any single branch from gaining too much authority, ensuring balance within the government. Question 12. Who can veto bills passed by Congress? A. The Supreme Court. B. The President. C. The Vice President.
B. The President.
Correct. The President can veto bills as a check on Congress, but Congress can override the veto with a 2/3 majority vote. This process ensures both the President and Congress play a role in lawmaking. Question 13. Who wrote the Federalist Papers? A. John Adams. B. James Madison. C. Benjamin Franklin.
B. James Madison.
Correct. Madison, along with Alexander Hamilton and John Jay, wrote the Federalist Papers to support ratification of the Constitution. These essays explain the importance of a strong central government and helped convince states to adopt the Constitution. Question 14. Who is responsible for interpreting laws in the U.S.? A. The President. B. The Supreme Court. C. Congress.
B. The Supreme Court.
Exactly. The judicial branch, led by the Supreme Court, interprets the meaning of laws and checks their alignment with the Constitution. This ensures that laws uphold citizens' rights and the country's core values. Question 15. Finally, who was president during the Great Depression and World War II? A. Franklin D. Roosevelt. B. Herbert Hoover. C. Harry S. Truman.
A. Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Correct. Roosevelt guided the country through two of its biggest challenges, the Great Depression and World War II. His New Deal programs helped restore the economy, and he was a key leader in the Allies' victory in World War II.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's performance.
You did a fantastic job, Mark. You're well on your way to mastering the foundations of American government.
Thank you, Anne. This is helping me feel more prepared and connected to the principles behind American democracy.
Mark leaves feeling more confident in his understanding of U.S. government and ready for the next phase of his journey towards citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 2, Rights and Responsibilities of U.S. Citizens. Anne and Mark are back in the community center, continuing their citizenship test preparations. Today, they're moving from the foundations of American government to a new focus on the rights and responsibilities of U.S. citizens.
Hello again, Mark. You did great with the first part about American government. Today, we'll focus on Part 2, Rights and Responsibilities of U.S. Citizens. Just like before, I'll give you each question with 3 answer choices, and I'll explain each answer in detail after you choose.
Thanks, Anne. I feel ready and excited to keep going.
Question 1. First question, what is one promise you make when you become a U.S. citizen? A. To speak only English. B. To give up loyalty to other countries. C. To move to Washington, D.C.
I choose B. To give up loyalty to other countries.
Correct. When becoming a U.S. citizen, you pledge allegiance to the United States alone. This commitment shows that new citizens are fully dedicated to supporting and defending American values and laws. Question 2. What is freedom of religion? A. The right to practice any religion or not practice a religion. B. The right to follow only government-approved religions. C. The right to change religions once a year.
I choose A. The right to practice any religion or not practice a religion.
Exactly. Freedom of religion means that individuals can choose and change their religious beliefs without government interference. This principle is part of the First Amendment, which protects personal liberties. Question 3. What is one responsibility only for U.S. citizens? A. Voting in presidential elections. B. Serving on a jury. C. Obeying the speed limit.
I'll go with B. Serving on a jury.
Correct. Jury duty is a unique responsibility for U.S. citizens, allowing them to play an active role in the justice system. By serving on juries, citizens help ensure that trials are fair and represent community values. Question 4. What is one right only for U.S. citizens? A. The right to free speech. B. The right to run for federal office. C. The right to a fair trial.
I'll go with B. The right to run for federal office.
Exactly. Only citizens can run for certain federal offices, like Congress or the presidency. This restriction ensures that those making major decisions for the country have committed fully to the U.S. Question 5. How old must citizens be to vote for president? A. 16, B. 18, C. 21.
I choose B. 18.
Right. The 26th Amendment lowered the voting age to 18, giving young adults a say in their government. It's based on the idea that if you're old enough to serve in the military, you should have the right to vote. Question 6. What are 2 ways that Americans can participate in their democracy? A. Paying taxes and watching TV. B. Voting and joining a community group. C. Refusing to follow laws and protesting all government actions.
I'll choose B. Voting and joining a community group.
Correct. Participating in democracy goes beyond voting. It can include joining local groups, contacting representatives, or volunteering. Active involvement helps citizens shape their communities and the nation. Question 7. What is the deadline for filing federal income tax forms in the U.S.? A. April 15th. B. December 31st. C. July 4th.
I'll choose A. April 15th.
Right. April 15th is tax day in the U.S. Paying taxes is an important responsibility that helps fund services like schools, roads, and defense. By paying taxes, citizens contribute to the country's well-being. Question 8. When must all men register for the Selective Service? A. At age 16. B. At age 18. C. At age 21.
I believe it's B. At age 18.
Correct. Men between 18 and 25 must register for the Selective Service. This doesn't mean they're immediately called to serve, but it ensures the government has a record in case a draft is needed. Question 9. What are 2 rights of everyone living in the United States? A. Freedom of speech and freedom of worship. B. The right to bear arms and to ignore laws. C. The right to vote in all elections and to own property.
I'll choose A. Freedom of speech and freedom of worship.
Yes, these rights are protected by the Constitution and apply to everyone, citizens and non-citizens alike. They help create a society where diverse opinions and beliefs are respected. Question 10. What is one reason colonists came to America? A. To escape religious persecution. B. To look for the fountain of youth. C. To rule over Native Americans.
I'll choose A. To escape religious persecution.
Exactly. Many colonists sought religious freedom, which they couldn't find in their home countries. This desire for freedom became a core American value. Question 11. What is the rule of law? A. Only Congress has to follow the law. B. Laws only apply to government leaders. C. Everyone, including leaders, must follow the law.
Answer. C. Everyone, including leaders, must follow the law.
Correct. The rule of law ensures that no one is above the law. It's a critical part of democracy, preventing abuse of power and protecting citizens' rights. Question 12. What are 2 promises you make when you become a U.S. citizen? A. To serve in the military if required and obey U.S. laws. B, to work in government and change your religion. C, to vote in every election and give up all other languages.
I'll go with A, to serve in the military if required and obey U.S. laws.
Yes, citizenship comes with responsibilities, including obeying laws and, if needed, serving the country. These promises symbolize loyalty and dedication to America. Question 13. What is one right of only U.S. citizens? A, the right to bear arms. B, the right to vote in federal elections. C, the right to own property.
Answer: B, the right to vote in federal elections.
Correct. Voting in federal elections is reserved for citizens to ensure that only those who are fully committed to the country can choose its leaders and shape its policies. Question 14. Who is considered the father of the Constitution? A, George Washington. B, James Madison. C, John Adams.
I think it's B, James Madison.
Yes, Madison is called the father of the Constitution because of his pivotal role in drafting it. He also co-wrote the Federalist Papers, which defended the Constitution and encouraged its ratification. Question 15. Why did the colonists fight the British? A, to expand British rule. B, to defend British soldiers. C, because of high taxes and lack of representation.
Answer: C, because of high taxes and lack of representation.
Correct. The colonists felt they were unfairly taxed and lacked representation in British decisions that affected them. This frustration eventually led to the Revolutionary War and the push for independence.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's performance.
You've done great with part 2, Mark. Now you understand more about the rights and responsibilities that come with being a citizen.
Thank you, Anne. It feels meaningful to learn not just about rights, but also about the commitments I'll make as a U.S. citizen.
Exactly. These aren't just things to memorize. They're the foundation of being an active, involved citizen. You're doing wonderfully.
Mark leaves, feeling a deeper understanding of the responsibilities that come with citizenship and eager to learn more in the next session. 300 Questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 3. Symbols and History of the United States. Anne and Mark meet again in the community center. Having covered the foundations of government and the rights and responsibilities of citizens, today they're focusing on American symbols and historical moments.
Hi, Mark. You're doing great with these questions. After understanding how the government works and what it means to be a citizen, today we'll move to Part 3, Symbols and History of the United States. Just like before, I'll give you each question with 3 answer choices and then explain more about each one.
Thanks, Anne. I'm excited to learn more about the history and symbols that represent the country.
Question 1. First question, what do the 13 stripes on the U.S. flag represent? A, the 13 colonies. B, the 13 states. C, the 13 original presidents.
I'll go with A, the 13 colonies.
Correct. The 13 stripes stand for the original 13 colonies that declared independence from Britain. They symbolize the beginning of America as a nation, while the 50 stars represent the 50 states. Question 2. What is one reason the American flag is often called Old Glory? A. It was a gift from the British. B. It was a nickname given by a sea captain in 1831. C. It's the name of a famous warship.
Answer. B. It was a nickname given by a sea captain in 1831.
Exactly. Captain William Driver, a sea captain from Massachusetts, first called it Old Glory when he saw the flag flying proudly. The nickname caught on and is still used affectionately today. Question 3. What is the national anthem of the United States? A. America the Beautiful. B. My Country, 'Tis of Thee. C. The Star-Spangled Banner.
I think it's C. The Star-Spangled Banner.
Correct. The Star-Spangled Banner was written by Francis Scott Key during the War of 1812. He saw the American flag still flying over Fort McHenry after a fierce battle, inspiring the song's powerful lyrics. Question 4. Why does the flag have 50 stars? A. Each star represents a president. B. Each star represents a state. C. Each star represents a historical event.
Answer. B. Each star represents a state.
Right. The 50 stars represent the 50 states in the Union. As new states joined the U.S., stars were added to reflect the nation's growth. Question 5. Who wrote the Declaration of Independence? A. Thomas Jefferson. B. George Washington. C. John Adams.
Answer. A. Thomas Jefferson.
Yes. Jefferson drafted the Declaration of Independence, which laid out the colonies' grievances against Britain and their desire for freedom. It's a cornerstone of American values and history. Question 6. What is the significance of the Liberty Bell? A. It was rung to signal the start of the American Revolution. B. It symbolizes freedom and independence. C. It was a gift from France.
Answer. B. It symbolizes freedom and independence.
Correct. The Liberty Bell became a symbol of freedom, especially after abolitionists adopted it in their fight to end slavery. It's now housed in Philadelphia and serves as an enduring icon of American liberty. Question 7. When do we celebrate Independence Day in the United States? A. July 4th. B. December 25th. C. November 11th.
Answer. A. July 4th.
Exactly. Independence Day, celebrated on July 4th, marks the adoption of the Declaration of Independence in 1776. It's a day filled with patriotism, parades, and fireworks across the country. Question 8. What is the purpose of Memorial Day? A. To honor those who died in U.S. military service. B. To celebrate American workers. C. To honor former presidents.
Answer. A. To honor those who died in U.S. military service.
Yes, Memorial Day is a day of remembrance for those who gave their lives in military service. It's observed with ceremonies, parades, and moments of silence to honor their sacrifice. Question 9. What major event happened on September 11, 2001 in the United States? A. The signing of the Constitution. B. Terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, D.C. C. The end of World War II.
Answer. B. Terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, D.C.
Correct. September 11, 2001 marks a tragic day when terrorists attacked the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. This event greatly impacted U.S. policies and is remembered annually as a day of national reflection and unity. Question 10. Who was president during the Civil War? A. George Washington. B. Abraham Lincoln. C. Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Answer. B. Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, Lincoln was president during the Civil War. His leadership was crucial in preserving the Union and ending slavery through the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment. Question 11. What territory did the United States buy from France in 1803? A. Florida. B. Alaska. C. The Louisiana Territory.
Answer. C. The Louisiana Territory.
Correct. The Louisiana Purchase doubled the size of the U.S. and opened the way for westward expansion. It's considered one of the largest land deals in history. Question 12. Who was Susan B. Anthony? A. A famous athlete. B. A leader in the women's suffrage movement. C. The first woman president.
Answer. B. A leader in the women's suffrage movement.
Right. Susan B. Anthony played a major role in securing women's right to vote. She fought tirelessly for equal rights, and her legacy paved the way for the 19th Amendment, which granted women the vote. Question 13. What was the purpose of the Emancipation Proclamation? A. To free slaves in Confederate States. B. To declare war on Britain. C. To establish the Constitution.
Answer. A. To free slaves in Confederate States.
Yes. Issued by President Lincoln during the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation declared freedom for slaves in Confederate States. Although it didn't end slavery entirely, it was a major step towards abolition. Question 14. Who was the first president of the United States? A. Thomas Jefferson. B. George Washington. C. Benjamin Franklin.
Answer. B. George Washington.
Correct. Washington was not only the first president, but also a unifying figure in the country's early days. His leadership helped set many precedents for the nation. Question 15. Why did the colonists fight the British? A. To gain land for new colonies. B. Because of high taxes and lack of representation. C. To support British laws.
Answer. B. Because of high taxes and lack of representation.
Exactly. The colonists were frustrated with Britain's control, especially because they had no say in British policies. This led to the Revolutionary War and ultimately American independence.
Anne smiles as Mark answers the last question confidently.
Great work, Mark. Understanding the symbols and history of the United States helps you connect with the country's journey and values.
Thanks, Anne. It's amazing to learn about the events and symbols that shaped the nation. They feel even more meaningful now.
That's what it's all about. Each part of history represents values, struggles, and achievements that have defined the U.S. You're doing wonderfully, and you're well on your way to understanding what it means to be part of this country.
Mark leaves, feeling a stronger connection to the country's past and its symbols of freedom and resilience. He's ready to keep learning and embracing what it means to be a U.S. citizen. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 4. Geography and Government Structure of the United States. Anne and Mark meet once again at the community center, this time with a map of the United States and various government diagrams on the table. Today, they'll dive into some geography and structural elements of the U.S. government.
Hello, Mark. You've done a great job learning about American government, rights and responsibilities, and important historical symbols. Today, for Part 4, we'll focus on the geography of the United States and some unique structural aspects of its government. I'll ask each question with 3 answer choices, and we'll discuss each one.
Sounds good, Anne. I'm ready to keep learning.
Question 1. First question, what ocean is on the east coast of the United States? A. Pacific Ocean. B. Atlantic Ocean. C. Indian Ocean.
I think it's B. Atlantic Ocean.
Correct. The Atlantic Ocean borders the East Coast, stretching from Maine down to Florida. This ocean was the route for early European explorers and settlers coming to America. Question 2. Which ocean is on the west coast of the United States? A. Indian Ocean. B. Atlantic Ocean. C. Pacific Ocean.
I'll choose C. Pacific Ocean.
Exactly. The Pacific Ocean borders the West Coast, stretching along California, Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. It's the largest and deepest ocean in the world, connecting the U.S. to Asia and Oceania. Question 3. What is the longest river in the United States? A. Missouri River. B. Colorado River. C. Mississippi River.
I'll go with A. Missouri River.
Correct. The Missouri River is the longest river, flowing over 2,300 miles from Montana to Missouri. It played a key role in the westward expansion and was used as a route by explorers and traders. Question 4. What is the capital of the United States? A. New York. B. Washington, D.C. C. Philadelphia.
I'll choose B. Washington, D.C.
Correct. Washington, D.C. has been the U.S. capital since 1800. It's home to all 3 branches of government and many national monuments, symbolizing the country's political heart. Question 5. Which state is the largest in terms of land area? A. California. B. Texas. C. Alaska.
I'll choose C. Alaska.
Right. Alaska is the largest state by area, nearly twice the size of Texas. Known for its wilderness and natural beauty, Alaska joined the U.S. in 1959 as the 49th state. Question 6. How many U.S. states border Canada? A. 5, B. 10, C. 13.
I'll choose B. 10.
Correct. 10 states share a border with Canada, from Maine to Alaska. This long, peaceful border is the longest unguarded border in the world, reflecting the friendly relations between the two countries. Question 7. Which U.S. state is an island chain in the Pacific Ocean? A. Hawaii, B. California, C. Florida.
I'll choose A. Hawaii.
Exactly. Hawaii is a unique state made up entirely of islands in the Pacific. It became the 50th state in 1959 and is known for its diverse culture, tropical climate, and stunning landscapes. Question 8. What are the two longest rivers in the United States? A. Colorado River and Hudson River. B. Missouri River and Mississippi River. C. Ohio River and Columbia River.
I'll choose B. Missouri River and Mississippi River.
Correct. The Missouri and Mississippi rivers are the two longest rivers. Together, they form a major river system that played an essential role in the settlement and trade across the U.S. Question 9. How many states are there in the United States? A. 48. B. 50. C. 52.
I'll choose B. 50.
Yes, the U.S. has 50 states, each with its own government and unique identity. The last two states to join were Alaska and Hawaii in 1959. Question 10. What is one state that borders Mexico? A. Florida, B. Arizona, C. Louisiana.
I'll choose B. Arizona.
Correct. Arizona is one of 4 U.S. states that border Mexico, along with California, New Mexico, and Texas. This border region is rich in cultural exchange and trade between the two countries. Question 11. Where is the Statue of Liberty located? A. Boston, B. Washington, D.C. C. New York.
I'll choose C. New York.
Yes, the Statue of Liberty stands on Liberty Island in New York Harbor. A gift from France, it symbolizes freedom and democracy, welcoming immigrants arriving in the U.S. for over a century. Question 12. What is the capital of California? A. Los Angeles, B. Sacramento, C. San Francisco.
I'll choose B. Sacramento.
Correct. Sacramento is the capital of California, serving as the state's political center. Although Los Angeles and San Francisco are larger cities, Sacramento is where state laws are made. Question 13. What U.S. state borders the Atlantic Ocean and is the southernmost point of the continental United States? A. Texas, B. Florida, C. Georgia.
I'll choose B. Florida.
Right. Florida, with its Atlantic and Gulf coasts, is the southernmost point of the continental U.S. Its warm climate and beaches make it a popular destination and home for many Americans. Question 14. Which U.S. territory is located in the Caribbean Sea? A. Guam. B. Puerto Rico. C. American Samoa.
I'll choose B. Puerto Rico.
Correct. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory, is located in the Caribbean. Its residents are U.S. citizens but don't have voting representation in Congress. There have been ongoing debates about Puerto Rico's status as a territory or potential state. Question 15. What state is directly north of California? A. Oregon. B. Nevada. C. Washington.
I'll choose A. Oregon.
Yes, Oregon is directly north of California. Together with Washington, these states make up the Pacific Northwest, known for its forests, mountains, and coastline.
Anne smiles, pleased with Mark's quick recall and knowledge.
Great work, Mark. Learning about the geography and layout of the United States gives you a strong foundation for understanding the country's diversity and relationships.
Thanks, Anne. It's incredible to see how much history and variety there is in every part of the country.
That's right. Each region and state brings something unique to the nation, and by learning about geography, you're better prepared to connect with and appreciate the whole country. You're doing fantastically.
Mark leaves, feeling a greater appreciation for the vastness and diversity of the United States as he prepares for the next chapter of his citizenship journey. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 5. Key historical events and government roles. Anne and Mark are back in the community center for another study session. They're building on Mark's knowledge of geography, government structure, and history by focusing on significant historical events and the roles of different government leaders.
Hi, Mark. You're progressing so well. Now that we've covered the foundations of government, citizenship responsibilities, symbols, and geography, it's time for Part 5, Key Historical Events and Government Roles. I'll ask each question with 3 answer choices, and as always, we'll go over each answer.
Thanks, Anne. It's been fascinating so far, and I'm ready to learn more.
Question 1. First question, who was the president during the Great Depression and World War II? A. Herbert Hoover. B. Franklin D. Roosevelt. C. Harry S. Truman.
I think it's B. Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Correct. Roosevelt led the country through the economic hardships of the Great Depression and most of World War II. His New Deal programs helped restore the economy, and his leadership during World War II was crucial to the Allies' success. Question 2. Who was president at the end of World War II and ordered the use of atomic bombs on Japan? A. Franklin D. Roosevelt. B. Dwight D. Eisenhower. C. Harry S. Truman.
I think it's C. Harry S. Truman.
Exactly. Truman became president after Roosevelt's death and made the difficult decision to use atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This action led to Japan's surrender, effectively ending World War II. Question 3. What war was fought between the North and the South in the United States? A. The Revolutionary War. B. The Civil War. C. World War I.
I think it's B. The Civil War.
Correct. The Civil War, fought from 1861 to 1865, was a conflict between the Northern States Union and the Southern States Confederacy, primarily over slavery and states' rights. It was a defining moment that led to the abolition of slavery. Question 4. Who was the president during the Civil War? A. Ulysses S. Grant. B. Abraham Lincoln. C. Andrew Johnson.
I think it's B. Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, Lincoln's leadership was crucial in preserving the Union. His Emancipation Proclamation and support for the 13th Amendment helped bring an end to slavery, although he was assassinated shortly after the war ended. Question 5. What did the Emancipation Proclamation do? A. Freed all slaves in the United States. B. Freed slaves in Confederate states. C. Freed slaves only in northern states.
I think it's B. Freed slaves in Confederate states.
Correct. The Emancipation Proclamation, issued by Lincoln in 1863, declared freedom for slaves in Confederate states. Although it didn't end slavery entirely, it was a critical step toward abolition and changed the purpose of the Civil War. Question 6. What was one important thing that Abraham Lincoln did? A. Founded the first American colony. B. Signed the Declaration of Independence. C. Preserved the Union during the Civil War.
I think it's C. Preserved the Union during the Civil War.
Yes, Lincoln's primary goal was to keep the country together, and he made many difficult choices to achieve that. His leadership strengthened the Union and brought the country closer to equality for all. Question 7. What did Susan B. Anthony do? A. Campaigned for women's suffrage. B. Led the abolition of slavery. C. Founded the Red Cross.
I think it's A. Campaigned for women's suffrage.
Correct. Susan B. Anthony was a key figure in the women's suffrage movement. She tirelessly advocated for women's right to vote, paving the way for the 19th Amendment, which granted voting rights to women. Question 8. Who was the main author of the Federalist Papers? A. George Washington. B. John Adams. C. Alexander Hamilton.
Answer: C. Alexander Hamilton.
Exactly. Hamilton, along with James Madison and John Jay, wrote the Federalist Papers to support the ratification of the Constitution. These essays explain the need for a strong federal government and have become foundational political writings. Question 9. Who was the first Chief Justice of the United States? A. John Jay. B. John Marshall. C. Alexander Hamilton.
Answer: A. John Jay.
Correct. John Jay served as the first Chief Justice, helping to establish the Supreme Court's authority. His contributions helped shape the role of the judiciary in interpreting the Constitution. Question 10. What was one of the key goals of the Civil Rights Movement? A. To end slavery. B. To secure equal rights for African Americans. C. To gain independence from Britain.
Answer: B. To secure equal rights for African Americans.
Right. The Civil Rights Movement, led by figures like Martin Luther King Jr., sought to end racial discrimination and ensure equal rights for African Americans. The movement led to significant legal and social changes. Question 11. What did Martin Luther King Jr. fight for? A. Labor rights. B. Women's rights. C. Civil rights.
Answer: C. Civil rights.
Exactly. King's leadership in the civil rights movement emphasized nonviolent resistance and equal rights for all. His efforts contributed to the Civil Rights Act and inspired future generations. Question 12. What movement tried to end racial discrimination in the U.S.? A. The abolitionist movement. B. The civil rights movement. C. The environmental movement.
Answer: B. The civil rights movement.
Correct. The civil rights movement fought for equality and worked to end segregation and discrimination based on race. This movement reshaped American society and established important protections for minority groups. Question 13. Who was the U.S. president during the majority of World War I? A. Woodrow Wilson. B. Theodore Roosevelt. C. Warren Harding.
Answer: A. Woodrow Wilson.
Yes, Wilson was president during World War I and played a key role in promoting peace after the war with his 14 points, which influenced the creation of the League of Nations. Question 14. What major event happened on December 7, 1941 in the United States? A. The signing of the Treaty of Paris. B. The attack on Pearl Harbor. C. The end of World War II.
Answer: B. The attack on Pearl Harbor.
Correct. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor brought the U.S. into World War II. It was a turning point, uniting the country and leading to America's active involvement in the fight against the Axis powers. Question 15. Who was the U.S. president during the end of the Cold War? A. Ronald Reagan. B. Richard Nixon. C. Jimmy Carter.
Answer: A. Ronald Reagan.
Exactly. Reagan's policies were influential during the Cold War's final years, promoting strong U.S. defense and diplomatic engagement with the Soviet Union, which contributed to the end of the Cold War.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's understanding of these historical events and their significance.
You've done wonderfully, Mark. Understanding these events and leaders helps you appreciate the challenges and achievements that have shaped the U.S.
Thank you, Anne. It's amazing how each leader and event contributed to the country's development. I feel much more connected to American history now.
That's what it's all about. Learning the history brings you closer to the heart of the country. You're on a great path.
Mark leaves feeling inspired by the stories of leaders and events that have defined the United States, eagerly anticipating the next step in his citizenship journey. 300 Questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 6, Key Principles of American Democracy. Anne and Mark meet once again in the familiar study room at the community center. They've covered many aspects of U.S. history and government, but today they'll focus on core principles of American democracy.
Hello, Mark. You've made it far in your preparation. Today, for Part 6, we'll explore the key principles of American democracy, values and ideas that form the backbone of the United States. These are concepts like freedom, equality, and justice that shape American life and government.
Thanks, Anne. It's exciting to understand the values that the U.S. stands for.
Question 1. First question, what does "we the people" mean in the Constitution? A. The government has total power. B. The people establish and control the government. C. The president decides what laws to make.
Answer. B. The people establish and control the government.
Correct. "We the people" signifies that power comes from the citizens. It's the foundation of democracy, where the government is accountable to the people it serves. Question 2. What principle prevents any one branch of government from becoming too powerful? A. Checks and balances. B. Federalism. C. Judicial review.
Answer. A. Checks and balances.
Exactly. Checks and balances allow each branch to limit the other's power, preventing any single branch from dominating. This structure keeps government actions fair and balanced. Question 3. What is rule of law? A. Only citizens follow the law. B. Laws don't apply to leaders. C. Everyone, including leaders, must follow the law.
Answer. C. Everyone, including leaders, must follow the law.
Correct. The rule of law ensures equality before the law. It's a principle that prevents abuse of power by ensuring that laws apply to everyone, regardless of status. Question 4. What is the purpose of the First Amendment? A. To limit freedom of speech. B. To guarantee basic rights like freedom of speech and religion. C. To increase government power.
Answer. B. To guarantee basic rights like freedom of speech and religion.
Yes, the First Amendment protects essential freedoms: speech, religion, press, assembly, and petition. These rights allow people to express themselves and participate in democracy. Question 5. What does freedom of speech mean? A. You can say anything without consequence. B. You can express ideas and opinions freely. C. You can ignore all government laws.
Answer. B. You can express ideas and opinions freely.
Correct. Freedom of speech allows open discussion and the exchange of ideas, which are critical for a democratic society. However, it doesn't protect speech that incites violence or harm. Question 6. What is the purpose of the Constitution? A. To outline the rights of foreign countries. B. To set up the U.S. government and protect citizens' rights. C. To change every 10 years.
Answer. B. To set up the U.S. government and protect citizens' rights.
Exactly. The Constitution defines the structure of the government, establishes laws, and protects individual freedoms, ensuring the government's authority is limited and citizens' rights are upheld. Question 7. What is federalism? A. A government with only one central authority. B. A system where power is divided between national and state governments. C. A system where states govern without any national authority.
Answer. B. A system where power is divided between national and state governments.
Correct. Federalism creates a balance between the national government and state governments, allowing each to have certain powers. This setup enables states to address local needs while maintaining national unity. Question 8. What does the Declaration of Independence declare? A. The need for a monarchy. B. The U.S.'s independence from Britain and belief in natural rights. C. A plan for U.S. economic growth.
I think it's B. The U.S.'s independence from Britain and belief in natural rights.
Yes. The Declaration asserts that everyone has natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, establishing the foundation for America's values of freedom and self-governance. Question 9. What does the judicial branch do? A. Writes laws. B. Enforces laws. C. Interprets laws.
I think it's C. Interprets laws.
Correct. The judicial branch interprets the Constitution and laws, ensuring they align with democratic principles. It also checks that other branches' actions comply with the Constitution. Question 10. What principle is reflected in the idea that people can choose their leaders in elections? A. Authoritarianism. B. Popular sovereignty. C. Divine right.
I think it's B. Popular sovereignty.
Yes. Popular sovereignty means that the people hold power by choosing representatives in free elections. This principle ensures that the government reflects the will of the people. Question 11. Why do we have a separation of powers in the U.S. government? A. To concentrate power in one branch. B. To divide powers among different branches for balance. C. To allow the president to control all decisions.
I think it's B. To divide powers among different branches for balance.
Correct. By dividing powers into legislative, executive, and judicial branches, each branch has distinct roles, making it harder for any one branch to gain excessive control. Question 12. What does it mean to have the right to petition the government? A. Citizens can ignore government laws. B. Citizens can formally request changes in government. C. Only elected officials can make government requests.
I think it's B. Citizens can formally request changes in government.
Exactly. The right to petition allows people to ask the government for changes or express grievances. This right gives citizens a voice and promotes government accountability. Question 13. What does consent of the governed mean? A. The government operates without input from the people. B. Government power comes from the people's permission. C. Leaders choose their own roles without election.
I think it's B. Government power comes from the people's permission.
Correct. Consent of the governed means that authority comes from the people's approval, usually through voting. This concept keeps government power in check and emphasizes accountability. Question 14. What does equality mean in American democracy? A. That everyone has the same opinions. B. That all citizens have equal rights and opportunities under the law. C. That only certain groups benefit from laws.
I think it's B. That all citizens have equal rights and opportunities under the law.
Exactly. Equality means everyone has the same legal rights, regardless of background. It's a foundational principle, ensuring fairness in treatment and access to opportunities for all citizens. Question 15. Why is voting considered both a right and a responsibility in the U.S.? A. It's required by law. B. It allows citizens to directly influence government decisions. C. It doesn't matter whether citizens vote.
I think it's B. It allows citizens to directly influence government decisions.
Correct. Voting is both a right and a civic duty, giving citizens the power to shape their government by choosing leaders and policies. It's essential for a functioning democracy, as it lets the public hold leaders accountable.
Anne smiles, proud of Mark's understanding of these democratic principles.
Well done, Mark. Knowing these principles really brings American democracy to life. They're not just words in a textbook. They're the values that protect freedom and fairness for everyone.
Thanks, Anne. It feels meaningful to understand not only the rules but the reasons behind them. I'm starting to see how these values guide the country.
Exactly. The principles of democracy define the heart of American life, creating a society that values individual rights and community responsibility. You're making great progress.
Mark leaves, feeling inspired by the ideas that uphold American democracy, ready to take on the next part of his journey towards citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 7. The Legislative Process and Key Constitutional Amendments. Anne and Mark gather once again in the study room, building on the foundational knowledge Mark has gained over previous sessions. Today, they're diving deeper into the legislative process and some of the essential amendments to the U.S. Constitution.
Hello, Mark. You've learned so much already about U.S. government, history, and democratic principles. Today, in Part 7, we'll look at how laws are made in the U.S. and discuss some key amendments that have shaped American rights over time.
That sounds great, Anne. I'm ready to understand how the legislative process works and what some of these amendments mean for citizens.
Question 1. First question, what is the main job of Congress? A. To enforce laws. B. To make laws. C. To interpret laws.
I think it's B. To make laws.
Correct. Congress is responsible for creating laws that address national issues. It consists of two parts, the Senate and the House of Representatives, where proposed bills are debated and passed. Question 2. Who introduces bills in Congress? A. The President. B. Supreme Court justices. C. Members of Congress.
I think it's C. Members of Congress.
Exactly. Senators or representatives can introduce bills, which then go through a process of debate, amendment, and voting. The president can influence legislation but cannot introduce bills directly. Question 3. What happens if the president vetoes a bill? A. The bill automatically becomes law. B. The bill returns to Congress, where it can still become law with a 2/3 majority vote. C. The bill is permanently canceled.
I think it's B. The bill returns to Congress, where it can still become law with a 2/3 majority vote.
Correct. A vetoed bill can still pass if 2/3 of both the Senate and House of Representatives vote in favor. This check ensures that Congress can override a presidential veto if there's strong support. Question 4. What amendment abolished slavery in the United States? A. The 10th Amendment. B. The 13th Amendment. C. The 19th Amendment.
I'll go with B. The 13th Amendment.
Yes, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, marking a critical moment in American history. It was passed after the Civil War and legally ended the institution of slavery in the U.S. Question 5. What amendment guarantees the right to free speech, religion, and assembly? A. The First Amendment. B. The Fifth Amendment. C. The 10th Amendment.
I'll go with A. The First Amendment.
Correct. The First Amendment protects essential freedoms that allow Americans to express themselves, practice their faith, and gather peacefully. These rights are foundational to American democracy. Question 6. Which amendment gave women the right to vote? A. The 15th Amendment. B. The 19th Amendment. C. The 21st Amendment.
I'll go with B. The 19th Amendment.
Yes, the 19th Amendment was ratified in 1920, granting women the right to vote after decades of activism and advocacy. It was a major milestone for gender equality in the U.S. Question 7. What is the purpose of the 10th Amendment? A. To give states powers not delegated to the federal government. B. To create new states. C. To limit free speech.
I'll go with A. To give states powers not delegated to the federal government.
Correct. The 10th Amendment reserves certain powers for the states, allowing them to make decisions on local matters. This amendment supports the principle of federalism. Question 8. What amendment lowered the voting age to 18? A. The 15th Amendment. B. The 19th Amendment. C. The 26th Amendment.
My answer is C. The 26th Amendment.
Exactly. Ratified in 1971, the 26th Amendment lowered the voting age from 21 to 18, reflecting the belief that if you're old enough to serve in the military, you should have the right to vote. Question 9. What is the term used when the House of Representatives formally accuses a government official of wrongdoing? A. Impeachment. B. Recall. C. Censure.
My answer is A. Impeachment.
Correct. Impeachment is the process by which the House accuses an official of serious misconduct. If impeached, the official is tried in the Senate, which decides whether to remove them from office. Question 10. What amendment ended prohibition in the United States? A. The 18th Amendment. B. The 21st Amendment. C. The 24th Amendment.
My answer is B. The 21st Amendment.
Yes, the 21st Amendment repealed the 18th Amendment, ending prohibition and making it legal to manufacture and sell alcohol again. It's the only amendment to repeal another amendment. Question 11. Which amendment protects citizens from self-incrimination and double jeopardy? A. The Fifth Amendment. B. The Third Amendment. C. The Eighth Amendment.
My answer is A. The Fifth Amendment.
Correct. The Fifth Amendment provides important protections for those accused of crimes, including the right to remain silent and protection against being tried twice for the same offense. Question 12. How often are elections held for members of the House of Representatives? A. Every 4 years. B. Every 6 years. C. Every 2 years.
My answer is C. Every 2 years.
Right. Members of the House serve 2-year terms, making them more accountable to voters. Frequent elections ensure that representatives closely reflect their constituents' interests. Question 13. What is required to amend the U.S. Constitution? A. A simple majority in Congress. B. A 2/3 majority in Congress and ratification by 3/4 of the states. C. A presidential order.
My answer is B. A 2/3 majority in Congress and ratification by 3/4 of the states.
Correct. Amending the Constitution is a challenging process designed to ensure that only broadly supported changes are made. It requires approval from both Congress and the states. Question 14. What does the 14th Amendment guarantee? A. Equal protection under the law. B. The right to bear arms. C. Freedom of the press.
My answer is A. Equal protection under the law.
Yes, the 14th Amendment ensures that all citizens receive equal protection, which has been used to challenge discriminatory laws. It was a crucial amendment following the Civil War to protect individual rights. Question 15. What amendment abolished poll taxes, making it easier for citizens to vote? A. The 15th Amendment. B. The 24th Amendment. C. The 27th Amendment.
My answer is B. The 24th Amendment.
Correct. Ratified in 1964, the 24th Amendment banned poll taxes, which had been used to prevent low-income individuals, especially African Americans, from voting. It strengthened voting rights for all citizens.
Anne smiles. Impressed with Mark's understanding of the legislative process and constitutional amendments.
Great job, Mark. Understanding the legislative process and these amendments shows just how carefully the U.S. protects rights and adapts laws to meet the changing needs of the people.
Thank you, Anne. Learning about these amendments makes me appreciate the effort that's gone into creating and expanding freedoms in the U.S.
Exactly. Each amendment reflects the struggles and triumphs of those who fought for change, ensuring that the Constitution remains a living document. You're doing wonderfully.
Mark leaves with a newfound appreciation for the amendments and legislative process, ready for the next chapter of his journey towards citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 8, Presidential Roles in U.S. Government Agencies. Anne and Mark meet again in the cozy study room at the community center. Today, they're diving into the responsibilities of the U.S. President and learning about some key government agencies that help run the country.
Hi, Mark. You've been doing a fantastic job understanding the Constitution, legislative process, and major amendments. Today, for Part 8, we'll look at the President's roles and some important U.S. government agencies. Knowing how the executive branch functions will help you see how the country is managed day to day.
Thanks, Anne. I'm excited to learn more about what the President does and the agencies that keep things running.
Question 1. First question, what is the primary role of the President in the U.S. government? A. To make laws. B. To enforce laws. C. To interpret laws.
I choose B. To enforce laws.
Correct. The President's job is to make sure laws passed by Congress are carried out. The President leads the executive branch, which includes agencies that implement and enforce the laws. Question 2. What does it mean for the President to be the Commander-in-Chief? A. The President manages the nation's economy. B. The President leads the U.S. Armed Forces. C. The President makes state laws.
I choose B. The President leads the U.S. Armed Forces.
Exactly. As Commander-in-Chief, the President has authority over the military, but Congress still has the power to declare war. This balance ensures the military serves under civilian control. Question 3. Which agency advises the President on national security issues? A. The Department of the Treasury. B. The Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. C. The National Security Council, NSC.
I choose C. The National Security Council, NSC.
Correct. The NSC helps the President make decisions on national security, including foreign policy and military matters. It brings together key advisors to protect the country from external threats. Question 4. What is the role of the Department of State? A. To oversee state governments. B. To manage U.S. foreign relations. C. To enforce state laws.
I choose B. To manage U.S. foreign relations.
Right. The Department of State handles foreign policy and international relations. It represents the U.S. in negotiations, manages embassies, and works on diplomatic solutions to global issues. Question 5. Who has the power to negotiate treaties? A. The Supreme Court. B. The President. C. Congress.
I choose B. The President.
Correct. The President can negotiate treaties with other countries, but they must be ratified by a 2/3 vote in the Senate. This process ensures that major international agreements have broad support. Question 6. What is the purpose of the Department of Defense? A. To conduct foreign trade. B. To oversee military forces and national defense. C. To manage education programs.
I choose B. To oversee military forces and national defense.
Exactly. The Department of Defense is responsible for all branches of the military and ensures that the U.S. is prepared to protect itself from threats. It's the largest government agency and includes the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps. Question 7. Which agency is responsible for enforcing federal laws? A. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. B. The U.S. Department of Education. C. The U.S. Department of Agriculture.
I choose A. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI.
Correct. The FBI enforces federal laws and investigates crimes across state lines. It handles cases related to national security, organized crime, and more, ensuring that laws are upheld across the country. Question 8. What is the primary role of the Department of Treasury? A. To manage public lands. B. To handle the country's finances and currency. C. To oversee schools.
I think B. To handle the country's finances and currency.
Yes, the Department of Treasury manages government revenue, collects taxes, and prints currency. It plays a critical role in managing the U.S. economy. Question 9. What is one power that the President has over Congress? A. The power to interpret laws. B. The power to veto bills. C. The power to elect senators.
I think B. The power to veto bills.
Correct. The President can veto bills passed by Congress, but Congress can override the veto with a 2/3 majority. This balance allows the President to check Congress while still respecting its authority. Question 10. Which agency handles immigration and customs enforcement in the U.S.? A. Department of Homeland Security, DHS. B. Department of Health and Human Services. C. Department of Labor.
I think A. Department of Homeland Security, DHS.
Right. The DHS includes agencies like U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS. DHS works to secure borders and manage immigration. Question 11. What role does the President play in the legislative process? A. The President makes all laws. B. The President can sign or veto bills. C. The President cannot influence legislation.
I think B. The president can sign or veto bills.
Correct. While the president doesn't make laws, they can approve or veto them. This involvement gives the president a way to influence which laws go into effect. Question 12. What is the primary responsibility of the Department of Justice? A. To provide health care. B. To enforce the law and defend U.S. interests. C. To create tax policies.
I think B. To enforce the law and defend U.S. interests.
Exactly. The Department of Justice, led by the Attorney General, prosecutes federal cases, represents the U.S. in legal matters, and works to ensure justice for all. Question 13. Who is in charge of setting U.S. foreign policy? A. Congress. B. The President. C. The Supreme Court.
I think B. The president.
Yes. The president plays the primary role in setting foreign policy, although Congress must approve certain actions like treaties. This arrangement ensures the U.S. can respond to international issues efficiently. Question 14. What is the role of the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA? A. To manage schools. B. To protect human health and the environment. C. To oversee the military.
I think B. To protect human health and the environment.
Correct. The EPA works to enforce regulations that keep air, water, and land clean. By regulating pollution and hazardous materials, the EPA helps ensure a safer environment for all Americans. Question 15. Which department oversees national parks and public lands? A. Department of the Interior. B. Department of Agriculture. C. Department of Justice.
I think A. Department of the Interior.
Exactly. The Department of the Interior manages national parks, forests, and other public lands. It's responsible for conserving natural resources and providing public access to protected areas.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's understanding of the president's roles and the functions of government agencies.
Great job, Mark. Knowing about these agencies and presidential responsibilities really gives you a sense of how the government manages such a large and diverse country.
Thank you, Anne. It's incredible to see how much coordination goes into running the country and keeping everything safe, clean, and organized.
That's right. Each agency plays a unique role, and the president oversees all of them to ensure they're working together. You're understanding more and more about how everything fits together.
Mark leaves feeling a new appreciation for the complexity of the U.S. government and the president's role in managing it all, excited for the next part of his citizenship journey. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 9, Rights and Protections under the Law. Anne and Mark are back in their usual study room at the community center. Today, they're focusing on specific rights and protections that U.S. laws guarantee to all people in the country.
Hello, Mark. You've been learning a lot about how the U.S. government functions and the responsibilities of citizens. Today, in Part 9, we'll talk about the rights and protections guaranteed under U.S. law. These rights are crucial for ensuring that everyone is treated fairly and that individual freedoms are respected.
That sounds interesting, Anne. I'm looking forward to learning more about the rights people have here.
Question 1. First question, what does the right to due process mean? A. You have the right to a job. B. You have the right to fair legal procedures. C. You can refuse to pay taxes.
I'll go with B. You have the right to fair legal procedures.
Correct. Due process means that the government must follow fair legal procedures if it deprives anyone of life, liberty, or property. It ensures that everyone is treated justly and has a fair trial. Question 2. What is the purpose of the Fourth Amendment? A. To protect against unreasonable searches and seizures. B. To allow the government to seize property without permission. C. To require everyone to own property.
I'll go with A. To protect against unreasonable searches and seizures.
Exactly. The Fourth Amendment means that authorities need a warrant or probable cause before searching your property, protecting people's privacy and freedom from arbitrary interference. Question 3. Which amendment provides the right to a speedy and public trial? A. The First Amendment. B. The Sixth Amendment. C. The 10th Amendment.
I'll go with B. The Sixth Amendment.
Correct. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a speedy and public trial, meaning that the government can't delay your trial unfairly or keep it hidden. This right helps ensure transparency and fairness in legal proceedings. Question 4. What does the Eighth Amendment protect people from? A. Cruel and unusual punishment. B. Freedom of the press. C. The right to own property.
I'll go with A. Cruel and unusual punishment.
Yes. The Eighth Amendment prohibits excessive bail and cruel or unusual punishments, ensuring that justice is fair and humane. This protection reflects the value placed on human dignity. Question 5. Which amendment grants the right to bear arms? A. The Second Amendment. B. The Fourth Amendment. C. The 10th Amendment.
I'll go with A. The Second Amendment.
Correct. The Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms. This right has been interpreted in various ways over time, balancing individual rights with public safety concerns. Question 6. What does the Fifth Amendment protect you from? A. Double jeopardy and self-incrimination. B. Freedom of speech. C. Protection from taxes.
I'll go with A. Double jeopardy and self-incrimination.
Right. The Fifth Amendment means you can't be tried twice for the same crime, and you have the right to remain silent or plead the Fifth to avoid self-incrimination. These protections ensure fair treatment in criminal cases. Question 7. What does equal protection under the law mean? A. Only citizens have rights. B. The law protects everyone equally. C. Different groups have different rights.
I'll go with B. The law protects everyone equally.
Exactly. Equal protection under the law, guaranteed by the 14th Amendment, ensures that all people are treated fairly, regardless of race, religion, or other characteristics. This principle is key to fighting discrimination. Question 8. Which amendment guarantees freedom of the press? A. The First Amendment. B. The Third Amendment. C. The Sixth Amendment.
My answer is A. The First Amendment.
Correct. Freedom of the press allows journalists to report freely without government interference. This right is essential for a transparent society, as it enables the public to stay informed about issues and government actions. Question 9. What does the right to petition the government allow people to do? A. Demand specific political positions. B. Request changes or actions from the government. C. Vote in all elections.
My answer is B. Request changes or actions from the government.
Yes. The right to petition lets people formally request the government to address their concerns, whether through petitions, protests, or writing to representatives. It's a key way for citizens to be heard. Question 10. What does the Ninth Amendment say about rights not listed in the Constitution? A. Only the listed rights are protected. B. People have other rights beyond those listed. C. States have no authority over rights.
My answer is B. People have other rights beyond those listed.
Correct. The Ninth Amendment recognizes that people have many fundamental rights that are not specifically mentioned in the Constitution, ensuring a broad protection of individual freedoms. Question 11. What is the right to assemble? A. The right to be alone in public. B. The right to gather peacefully in groups. C. The right to own a business.
My answer is B. The right to gather peacefully in groups.
Right. The First Amendment protects the right to assemble peacefully. This freedom allows people to protest, hold meetings, and organize rallies, which are essential parts of democratic participation. Question 12. What is double jeopardy? A. Being tried twice for the same crime. B. Being forced to speak in court. C. Being fined twice as much.
My answer is A. Being tried twice for the same crime.
Exactly. The Fifth Amendment protects against double jeopardy, meaning you can't be tried again for the same crime once you've been acquitted. It ensures fairness and finality in the justice system. Question 13. Which amendment protects you from being forced to house soldiers in your home during peacetime? A. The First Amendment. B. The Third Amendment. C. The Ninth Amendment.
My answer is B. The Third Amendment.
Correct. The Third Amendment prevents the government from forcing citizens to house soldiers in their homes during peacetime, a response to British practices during the colonial period. Although less relevant today, it's a reminder of personal privacy rights. Question 14. What does it mean to have the right to counsel? A. You must represent yourself in court. B. You have the right to an attorney if you're accused of a crime. C. You can avoid attending court.
My answer is B. You have the right to an attorney if you're accused of a crime.
Exactly. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to legal representation even if you can't afford it. This right ensures everyone has a fair chance to defend themselves in court. Question 15. Which amendment abolished poll taxes? A. The 15th Amendment. B. The 24th Amendment. C. The 19th Amendment.
My answer is B. The 24th Amendment.
Correct. The 24th Amendment abolished poll taxes, which were used to prevent low-income individuals, particularly African Americans, from voting. It helps strengthen voting rights for all citizens.
Anne smiles, pleased with Mark's understanding of these protections and rights.
Well done, Mark. Knowing these rights ensures that you understand not only what freedoms you have, but also the safeguards in place to protect those freedoms.
Thank you, Anne. Learning about these rights has helped me see just how much the U.S. values fairness and justice for everyone.
Exactly. These protections are there to guarantee that everyone is treated fairly under the law, which is essential in a democracy. You're doing a fantastic job.
Mark leaves with a deeper understanding of the rights and protections that shape American life, feeling more prepared and confident on his path to becoming a U.S. citizen. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 10. The Judicial System and Landmark Supreme Court Cases. Anne and Mark meet once more in the familiar study room at the community center. Today, they're exploring the judicial system in the United States, including important Supreme Court cases that have defined American rights and freedoms.
Hello again, Mark. You've done an incredible job so far, learning about government functions, rights, and protections. Today, in Part 10, we'll dive into the U.S. judicial system, focusing on the structure of the courts and a few landmark Supreme Court cases that have shaped American society.
Thanks, Anne. I'm excited to understand how the courts work and learn about the cases that have influenced people's rights.
Question 1. First question, what is the highest court in the United States? A. The Court of Appeals. B. The Supreme Court. C. The District Court.
My answer is B. The Supreme Court.
Correct. The Supreme Court is the highest court, and its decisions set legal precedents that guide other courts. It has the final say on matters involving the Constitution and federal laws. Question 2. How many justices serve on the Supreme Court? A. 7, B. 9, C. 12.
My answer is B. 9.
Yes, there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court, including the Chief Justice. This odd number helps prevent tie decisions, making it easier to reach a majority ruling on cases. Question 3. What does it mean when a court has jurisdiction? A. The court can make laws. B. The court has the authority to hear and decide cases. C. The court oversees the legislative branch.
My answer is B. The court has the authority to hear and decide cases.
Correct. Jurisdiction refers to a court's authority over certain types of cases or geographical areas. For example, federal courts handle cases involving federal law, while state courts handle cases involving state law. Question 4. What landmark case established the principle of judicial review? A. Plessy versus Ferguson. B. Marbury versus Madison. C. Brown versus Board of Education.
My answer is B. Marbury versus Madison.
Exactly. Marbury versus Madison, 1803, established judicial review, allowing the Supreme Court to declare laws unconstitutional. This power enables the court to check the actions of Congress and the President. Question 5. Which case ruled that separate but equal facilities were unconstitutional? A. Brown versus Board of Education. B. Dred Scott versus Sanford. C. Marbury versus Madison.
My answer is A. Brown versus Board of Education.
Correct. In 1954, Brown versus Board of Education declared that segregation in public schools was unconstitutional, overturning the separate but equal doctrine. This case was a huge victory for civil rights. Question 6. What was the outcome of Miranda versus Arizona? A. Schools can censor student newspapers. B. People must be informed of their rights when arrested. C. Public prayer is allowed in schools.
My answer is B. People must be informed of their rights when arrested.
Right. Miranda versus Arizona, 1966, led to the creation of Miranda rights, requiring police to inform people of their rights to remain silent and have an attorney. This ensures fair treatment for suspects. Question 7. Which amendment provides the foundation for the right to an attorney in criminal cases? A. The First Amendment. B. The Sixth Amendment. C. The 10th Amendment.
My answer is B. The Sixth Amendment.
Correct. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to an attorney, ensuring that everyone has legal representation. This right is essential to a fair trial in criminal cases. Question 8. What is the role of the Court of Appeals? A. To create new laws. B. To review decisions made by lower courts. C. To enforce laws.
I think the answer is B. To review decisions made by lower courts.
Exactly. The Court of Appeals reviews cases from district courts to ensure that the law was applied correctly. It's a middle level between district courts and the Supreme Court. Question 9. What does the term precedent mean in the judicial system? A. The creation of new laws by Congress. B. A legal decision that serves as a rule for future cases. C. A method for electing judges.
I think the answer is B. A legal decision that serves as a rule for future cases.
Yes, a precedent is a past court decision that guides future cases with similar issues. It creates consistency in how laws are applied over time. Question 10. In which case did the Supreme Court rule that racial segregation in schools was illegal?
I think
A.
the answer
Roe
is
versus Wade.
B. Brown
B.
versus Board of
Brown
Education.
versus Board of Education. Correct. C.
Brown
versus Board of Education declared school segregation unconstitutional, striking down the idea of separate but equal. It was a milestone in the fight for civil rights. Question 11. What was the significance of Roe versus Wade? A. It upheld segregation in schools. B. It recognized a woman's right to privacy in making medical decisions. C. It allowed Congress to override the Supreme Court.
I think the answer is B. It recognized a woman's right to privacy in making medical decisions.
Right. Roe versus Wade, 1973, was a landmark decision that protected a woman's right to make personal medical decisions. This case centered on privacy rights under the 14th Amendment. Question 12. What is the purpose of judicial review? A. To make new laws. B. To declare laws unconstitutional. C. To enforce laws.
I think the answer is B. To declare laws unconstitutional.
Correct. Judicial review lets the Supreme Court decide if laws violate the Constitution. It's a powerful tool for ensuring that all laws align with constitutional principles. Question 13. Which case established that the right to free speech includes symbolic speech like wearing armbands? A. Miranda versus Arizona. B. Tinker versus Des Moines. C. Dred Scott versus Sanford.
I think the answer is B. Tinker versus Des Moines.
Yes. Tinker versus Des Moines, 1969, protected symbolic speech, ruling that students could wear black armbands to protest the Vietnam War. This case expanded the understanding of free speech. Question 14. What does it mean if a court decision is unanimous? A. All judges agree on the decision. B. The case was dismissed. C. Only one judge ruled on the case.
I think the answer is A. All judges agree on the decision.
Correct. A unanimous decision means that all judges or justices agree on the ruling, which strengthens the authority of the decision. Unanimous Supreme Court rulings often have a significant impact. Question 15. In which case did the Supreme Court rule that enslaved people were not citizens and could not sue in federal court? A. Brown versus Board of Education. B. Dred Scott versus Sanford. C. Miranda versus Arizona.
I think the answer is B. Dred Scott versus Sanford.
Correct. The Dred Scott decision, 1857, ruled that enslaved people were property and not citizens. Although later overturned, it was a major factor that heightened tensions leading to the Civil War.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's grasp of complex judicial concepts and cases.
Great job, Mark. Knowing about these landmark cases and the role of the courts really helps you understand how the legal system protects rights and adapts to new challenges.
Thank you, Anne. Learning about these cases has shown me how important the judicial system is for protecting freedoms and ensuring fairness.
Exactly. The courts play a vital role in upholding democracy by interpreting laws and checking other branches. You're doing wonderfully.
Mark leaves, feeling a deeper appreciation for the judicial system and its role in defining and defending rights. He's excited to continue his journey towards citizenship with a solid understanding of how American laws are shaped and upheld. 300 Questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 11, American Political System and Elections. Anne and Mark sit together once more in the community center's study room. Today, they'll explore the structure of the American political system and how elections work in the United States.
Hello again, Mark. You've come a long way in understanding American government, history, rights, and the judicial system. Today, in Part 11, we'll discuss the American political system and how elections work. Understanding this will give you a clearer picture of how citizens can shape the government.
Thanks, Anne. I'm ready to learn how everything ties together with elections and the political process.
Question 1. First question, what are the two main political parties in the United States? A. Federalists and Anti-Federalists. B. Republicans and Democrats. C. Socialists and Libertarians.
I think B. Republicans and Democrats.
Correct. The U.S. has two major political parties, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. While other parties exist, these two have dominated American politics for many decades. Question 2. What is the role of political parties in the United States? A. To govern the country without elections. B. To represent different views and nominate candidates. C. To control all aspects of government.
I think B. To represent different views and nominate candidates.
Exactly. Political parties help organize elections, nominate candidates, and present policies to the public. They give voters choices in leadership and policy direction. Question 3. How often are presidential elections held in the United States? A. Every 2 years. B. Every 4 years. C. Every 6 years.
I think B. Every 4 years.
Correct. Presidential elections are held every 4 years, allowing citizens to choose a new leader or re-elect the current one. This regular cycle ensures accountability and responsiveness to the public. Question 4. What is the Electoral College? A. A university for government officials. B. A process used to elect the president. C. A committee that writes laws.
I think B. A process used to elect the president.
Right. The Electoral College is a unique system where each state has a certain number of electors based on its population. When citizens vote, they're actually choosing electors who then vote for the president. Question 5. How many electoral votes are needed to win the presidency? A. 270. B. 300. C. 400.
I think A. 270.
Correct. A candidate needs 270 out of 538 electoral votes to win the presidency. This system balances influence between states with large and small populations. Question 6. What is the purpose of primary elections? A. To elect the president directly. B. To choose party nominees for the general election. C. To vote on new laws.
I think. B. To choose party nominees for the general election.
Exactly. Primaries help each party select its candidate for the presidential race or other offices. This way, the final candidates in the general election represent the preferred choices within each party. Question 7. Who can vote in federal elections in the United States? A. Only citizens who own property. B. All U.S. citizens aged 18 and older. C. Only citizens over 21.
I think. B. All U.S. citizens aged 18 and older.
Correct. The 26th Amendment lowered the voting age to 18, allowing younger adults to participate in the democratic process and have a voice in electing leaders. Question 8. What is the purpose of the general election? A. To choose the party nominees. B. To decide which candidates will hold office. C. To elect only the president.
I choose. B. To decide which candidates will hold office.
Yes. The general election is when voters make the final decision about who will fill elected offices, from local positions all the way up to the president. Question 9. What is a midterm election? A. An election held every 2 years that includes the president. B. An election for Congress that occurs halfway through the president's term. C. A special election only held in emergencies.
I choose. B. An election for Congress that occurs halfway through the president's term.
Correct. Midterm elections happen every 2 years, including elections for the entire House of Representatives and 1/3 of the Senate. It allows voters to influence Congress even between presidential elections. Question 10. How many senators does each state have? A. 1. B. 2. C. 3.
I choose B. 2.
Right. Each state has 2 senators, regardless of population size. This equal representation in the Senate ensures that smaller states have a voice along with the larger ones. Question 11. How many members are there in the House of Representatives? A. 100. B. 300. C. 435.
I choose C. 435.
Correct. The House has 435 voting members with representation based on each state's population. This way, states with more people have more representatives in the House. Question 12. What is the minimum age requirement to become President of the United States? A. 25. B. 30. C. 35.
I choose C. 35.
Yes. To run for president, a candidate must be at least 35 years old. This age requirement ensures that the candidate has a certain level of experience and maturity. Question 13. What is an incumbent? A. A candidate who has never held office. B. The current holder of an elected office. C. A person who donates to a campaign.
I choose B. The current holder of an elected office.
Correct. An incumbent is someone who is already in office and running for re-election. Incumbents often have an advantage due to their experience and established connections with voters. Question 14. What is the purpose of campaign finance laws? A. To limit free speech in elections. B. To regulate money in elections and increase transparency. C. To prevent all campaign spending.
I choose B. To regulate money in elections and increase transparency.
Right. Campaign finance laws are designed to limit excessive influence from wealthy donors and to keep elections fair and transparent. They aim to ensure that all candidates have a fair chance to be heard. Question 15. What does it mean if a candidate wins the popular vote but loses the Electoral College vote? A. They become vice president. B. They win the election automatically. C. They lose the presidency if they don't win the Electoral College vote.
I choose C. They lose the presidency if they don't win the Electoral College vote.
Correct. In the U.S., the presidency is determined by the Electoral College, not the popular vote. This system balances influence between states, but can sometimes mean that a candidate who wins the popular vote doesn't win the presidency.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's understanding of the American political system and election process.
You did wonderfully, Mark. Understanding how elections work helps you see the role every citizen plays in shaping the government.
Thanks, Anne. Learning about the Electoral College, midterms, and campaign rules shows how complex but fair the process tries to be.
Exactly. The American political system is designed to represent both individual voters and the states while giving everyone a voice. You're really getting a full picture of how democracy works here.
Mark leaves with a strong understanding of the political and electoral systems, ready to participate as an informed voter when he becomes a U.S. citizen. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 12, U.S. Government Powers and Limitations. Anne and Mark sit down for another session in the study room at the community center. After exploring the political system and election process, they're now diving into the specific powers of the U.S. government and the limitations placed on those powers to protect citizens.
Hello, Mark. You've covered so much already, from elections and political parties to the structure of the judiciary. Today, in Part 12, we'll explore the powers the U.S. government has, and, just as importantly, the limitations that keep those powers in check. Knowing this will give you a clear understanding of how the government serves and protects the people.
That sounds interesting, Anne. I'm ready to learn how power is balanced and limited in the U.S.
Question 1. First question, what is the purpose of the separation of powers? A. To give all power to one branch of government. B. To divide authority among different branches and prevent abuse of power. C. To allow the military to control the government.
I'll go with B. To divide authority among different branches and prevent abuse of power.
Correct. Separation of powers divides government responsibilities into three branches: legislative, executive, and judicial. This structure prevents any one branch from becoming too powerful. Question 2. Which branch of government has the power to declare war? A. The Supreme Court. B. Congress. C. The President.
I'll go with B. Congress.
Exactly. Although the President is Commander-in-Chief of the military, only Congress can formally declare war. This balance ensures that military actions require the consent of elected representatives. Question 3. What is one power that only the federal government has? A. Issuing marriage licenses. B. Printing money. C. Creating state laws.
I'll go with B. Printing money.
Correct. Only the federal government has the power to print currency, which ensures a stable national economic system. States cannot create their own money. Question 4. Which branch of government has the power to make laws? A. Judicial. B. Legislative. C. Executive.
I'll go with B. Legislative.
Yes, the legislative branch, or Congress, is responsible for making laws. This is its primary role, and it includes the Senate and the House of Representatives. Question 5. Who has the power to approve treaties made by the President? A. The Senate. B. The House of Representatives. C. The Supreme Court.
I'll go with A. The Senate.
Correct. While the President negotiates treaties, they must be approved by a 2/3 majority in the Senate. This process ensures that major international agreements have broad support. Question 6. What is one power reserved to the states? A. Declaring war. B. Conducting elections. C. Printing money.
I'll go with B. Conducting elections.
Exactly. States have the power to manage their own election processes, including those for local, state, and even federal offices. This allows states to customize elections according to their needs. Question 7. Which amendment limits the President to 2 terms in office? A. The 22nd Amendment. B. The 18th Amendment. C. The 10th Amendment.
I'll go with A. The 22nd Amendment.
Correct. The 22nd Amendment, ratified in 1951, limits the President to 2 terms in office, preventing any one person from holding executive power for too long. Question 8. What is one way the legislative branch can check the power of the President? A. By appointing judges. B. By vetoing laws. C. By overriding a presidential veto with a 2/3 vote.
I'll go with C. By overriding a presidential veto with a 2/3 vote.
Yes. Congress can override a presidential veto with a 2/3 majority in both the House and Senate. This ensures that laws with strong support can pass even if the President objects. Question 9. What is the main purpose of the system of checks and balances? A. To allow each branch unlimited power. B. To prevent any branch from becoming too powerful. C. To make sure only the president has power.
My answer is B. To prevent any branch from becoming too powerful.
Correct. Checks and balances give each branch ways to limit the other's power, ensuring that no single branch can dominate. This system protects democracy by encouraging balance and cooperation. Question 10. Which branch of government interprets the Constitution? A. Legislative. B. Executive. C. Judicial.
My answer is C. Judicial.
Exactly. The judicial branch, particularly the Supreme Court, interprets the Constitution and can rule on the constitutionality of laws. This power helps ensure that laws align with democratic principles. Question 11. What is one power that both the federal and state governments share? A. Conducting foreign policy. B. Collecting taxes. C. Declaring war.
My answer is B. Collecting taxes.
Yes, both federal and state governments can collect taxes. This shared power helps fund public services at all levels, from local schools and infrastructure to national defense. Question 12. Who has the power to pardon federal crimes? A. Congress. B. The President. C. The Supreme Court.
My answer is B. The President.
Correct. The President has the power to pardon individuals convicted of federal crimes. This executive power is often used to show mercy or correct injustices, though it does not apply to state crimes. Question 13. What is the purpose of the 10th Amendment? A. To give the President extra powers. B. To reserve powers not delegated to the federal government for the states. C. To allow Congress to make all laws.
My answer is B. To reserve powers not delegated to the federal government for the states.
Exactly. The 10th Amendment limits federal power by ensuring that any powers not specifically given to the federal government belong to the states or the people. Question 14. Which branch of government has the power to impeach the president? A. The Supreme Court. B. The House of Representatives. C. The Senate.
My answer is B. The House of Representatives.
Correct. The House of Representatives can vote to impeach the president or formally accuse them of wrongdoing. If impeached, the president is then tried in the Senate, which decides whether to remove them from office. Question 15. What is one way the judicial branch can limit the powers of Congress? A. By vetoing laws. B. By ruling laws unconstitutional. C. By creating new laws.
My answer is B. By ruling laws unconstitutional.
Right. Through judicial review, the Supreme Court can declare laws passed by Congress unconstitutional. This power ensures that all legislation adheres to the principles of the Constitution.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's understanding of the intricate balance of powers within the U.S. government.
Great job, Mark. Understanding these powers and limitations really shows how the U.S. system of government is designed to protect people's rights and prevent misuse of authority.
Thank you, Anne. It's fascinating to see how the system prevents any one branch or person from becoming too powerful.
Exactly. The American government is structured to ensure accountability and fairness, with each branch keeping the others in check. You're gaining a well-rounded view of how it all works.
Mark leaves with a deeper understanding of the checks, balances, and limitations that protect American democracy, feeling more prepared and inspired on his path to citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 13. U.S. Symbols, Traditions, and National Holidays. Anne and Mark are back in their cozy study room at the community center. Today, they'll discuss the symbols, traditions, and holidays that reflect the spirit and identity of the United States.
Hello, Mark. You've done an excellent job learning about government, rights, and the balance of powers. Today, in Part 13, we'll take a lighter but meaningful look at American symbols, traditions, and national holidays. These are the symbols and events that reflect the values and history you've been studying.
That sounds great, Anne. I'm curious to learn more about the symbols and holidays I see celebrated in the U.S.
Question 1. First question, what is the national anthem of the United States? A. America the Beautiful. B. My country, 'tis of thee. C. The Star-Spangled Banner.
My answer is C. The Star-Spangled Banner.
Correct. The Star-Spangled Banner was written by Francis Scott Key during the War of 1812. It's inspired by seeing the American flag flying after a battle and symbolizes the resilience of the nation. Question 2. What do the 50 stars on the U.S. flag represent? A. The original 13 colonies. B. The 50 states. C. The first 50 presidents.
My answer is B. The 50 states.
Exactly. Each star on the flag represents one of the 50 states, and the 13 stripes represent the original 13 colonies. Together, they symbolize the unity and growth of the nation. Question 3. What does the bald eagle symbolize in the United States? A. War. B. Freedom and strength. C. Wealth.
My answer is B. Freedom and strength.
Yes, the bald eagle was chosen as the national bird in 1782 because it represents freedom and courage. It's a powerful symbol of American independence and resilience. Question 4. When is Independence Day celebrated? A. July 4th. B. December 25th. C. November 11th.
My answer is A. July 4th.
Correct. Independence Day, celebrated on July 4th, marks the adoption of the Declaration of Independence in 1776. It's one of the most important U.S. holidays, celebrating freedom with fireworks, parades, and gatherings. Question 5. What is the purpose of Memorial Day? A. To honor those who have served in public office. B. To honor those who died in military service. C. To celebrate the signing of the Constitution.
My answer is B. To honor those who died in military service.
Exactly. Memorial Day, observed on the last Monday in May, honors the men and women who sacrificed their lives while serving in the U.S. military. It's a solemn day of remembrance and respect. Question 6. What is the significance of Veterans Day? A. It celebrates the end of the Civil War. B. It honors all who have served in the U.S. Armed Forces. C. It is a day for presidential inaugurations.
My answer is B. It honors all who have served in the U.S. Armed Forces.
Correct. Veterans Day, observed on November 11th, honors all military veterans, living and deceased, who have served the country. The date was chosen because it marks the end of World War I. Question 7. Which U.S. holiday celebrates the achievements and contributions of workers? A. Independence Day. B. Labor Day. C. Thanksgiving.
My answer is B. Labor Day.
Yes, Labor Day, celebrated on the first Monday in September, honors the contributions of workers to the nation's economy and well-being. It's also seen as the unofficial end of summer. Question 8. What is Thanksgiving a celebration of? A. The start of summer. B. A harvest feast shared between Pilgrims and Native Americans. C. The signing of the Constitution.
I choose B. A harvest feast shared between Pilgrims and Native Americans.
Correct. Thanksgiving commemorates the feast shared in 1621, celebrating the harvest and cooperation. It's observed on the fourth Thursday in November, and families often gather for a meal and give thanks. Question 9. Which holiday honors the birth of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his contributions to civil rights? A. President's Day. B. Labor Day. C. Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
I choose C. Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Exactly. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, observed on the third Monday in January, honors Dr. King's leadership in the civil rights movement and his fight for equality and justice. Question 10. What is the Liberty Bell a symbol of? A. American freedom and independence. B. The country's wealth. C. The judicial system.
I choose A. American freedom and independence.
Correct. The Liberty Bell, located in Philadelphia, is a symbol of freedom. It became an icon for abolitionists and other movements fighting for justice and equality. Question 11. What is the purpose of President's Day? A. To honor all U.S. presidents, especially George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. B. To celebrate the founding of each state. C. To remember the Declaration of Independence.
I choose A. To honor all U.S. presidents, especially George Washington and Abraham Lincoln.
Yes. President's Day, celebrated on the third Monday in February, recognizes the contributions of all U.S. presidents, particularly Washington and Lincoln, whose birthdays are in February. Question 12. What is the Great Seal of the United States used for? A. To seal state documents. B. To authenticate official documents of the federal government. C. To decorate government buildings.
I choose B. To authenticate official documents of the federal government.
Correct. The Great Seal is used on official government documents to signify authenticity. Its design includes the bald eagle, olive branch, and arrows, symbolizing peace and readiness to defend. Question 13. Which U.S. symbol represents friendship between the United States and France? A. The Lincoln Memorial. B. The Statue of Liberty. C. The Liberty Bell.
I choose B. The Statue of Liberty.
Yes, the Statue of Liberty was a gift from France in 1886, symbolizing freedom and democracy. Located in New York Harbor, it's an iconic image for immigrants arriving in the U.S. Question 14. What does the Pledge of Allegiance express? A. Loyalty to the President. B. Respect for the country and its flag. C. The right to protest against laws.
I choose B. Respect for the country and its flag.
Correct. The Pledge of Allegiance is recited to show respect for the United States, its flag, and the values of liberty and justice it represents. It's often recited in schools and at public events. Question 15. Which holiday is observed to honor America's independence and is celebrated with fireworks, parades, and patriotic events? A. Memorial Day. B. Independence Day. C. Labor Day.
I choose B. Independence Day.
Yes, Independence Day on July 4th celebrates the signing of the Declaration of Independence and America's founding as a nation. It's a festive day filled with patriotic celebrations.
Anne smiles, pleased with Mark's understanding of American symbols and traditions.
Great job, Mark. Learning about these symbols and holidays gives you a sense of the values and moments Americans hold dear. They represent freedom, unity, and history.
Thanks, Anne. It's amazing to learn about the stories behind each of these symbols and why they're so important.
Exactly. Each holiday and symbol carries meaning that connects Americans to their past, celebrating the values that make the country unique. You're well on your way to understanding what it means to be part of this nation.
Mark leaves, feeling a deeper connection to the cultural heritage of the United States as he continues his journey towards citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 14, U.S. Geography and Regional Characteristics. Anne and Mark are back in their regular study room, this time with a map of the United States spread out on the table. Today, they'll explore the geography of the United States and learn about the distinct features of various regions.
Hello, Mark. You're doing so well with all the history, symbols, and holidays we've covered. Today, for Part 14, we're going to explore the geography of the United States. The different regions, landmarks, and natural features help shape the nation's character and diversity.
That sounds fascinating, Anne. I'm excited to learn about the different regions and features of the U.S.
Question 1. First question, what is the largest state in the United States by land area? A. Texas. B. Alaska. C. California.
I think B. Alaska.
Correct. Alaska is by far the largest state in terms of land area. Its vast wilderness and natural beauty make it unique, though it has a relatively small population compared to its size. Question 2. Which state is known as the Sunshine State? A. Florida. B. Arizona. C. California.
I think A. Florida.
Exactly. Florida is known as the Sunshine State because of its warm climate and abundant sunshine. It's a popular destination for tourists and retirees, known for its beaches and theme parks. Question 3. What river is known as the longest in the United States? A. Mississippi River. B. Colorado River. C. Missouri River.
I think C. Missouri River.
Correct. The Missouri River is the longest river in the U.S., flowing over 2,300 miles from Montana to Missouri. It played a major role in the exploration and development of the western United States. Question 4. What is the highest mountain in the United States? A. Mount Whitney. B. Mount Denali. C. Mount Rainier.
I think B. Mount Denali.
Yes, Mount Denali, located in Alaska, is the highest peak in North America, reaching over 20,000 feet. Its rugged beauty makes it a challenging destination for climbers. Question 5. Which state has the most coastline in the United States? A. California. B. Florida. C. Alaska.
I think C. Alaska.
Correct. Alaska has more coastline than any other state, with over 6,000 miles of coast along the Pacific Ocean. Its coastline includes stunning fjords, islands, and wildlife-rich waters. Question 6. What river serves as a major natural boundary between Texas and Mexico? A. Rio Grande. B. Colorado River. C. Mississippi River.
I think A. Rio Grande.
Right. The Rio Grande River forms a natural border between Texas and Mexico, spanning over 1,200 miles. It's an important geographic feature for both countries. Question 7. Which Great Lake is entirely within the United States? A. Lake Ontario. B. Lake Michigan. C. Lake Erie.
I think B. Lake Michigan.
Exactly. Lake Michigan is the only one of the 5 Great Lakes located entirely within the United States. It borders several states in the Midwest, including Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. Question 8. Which U.S. region is known for its large forests and is sometimes called the Evergreen State? A. The Southwest. B. The Southeast. C. The Pacific Northwest.
I'll go for C. The Pacific Northwest.
Correct. The Pacific Northwest, especially Washington State, is known for its dense forests and rainy climate, and Washington is nicknamed the Evergreen State due to its lush green landscape year-round. Question 9. Which state is known as the Land of 10,000 Lakes? A. Michigan. B. Wisconsin. C. Minnesota.
I'll go for C. Minnesota.
Yes, Minnesota is famously known as the land of 10,000 lakes because of its vast number of lakes, which offer abundant recreational activities like fishing, boating, and swimming. Question 10. What desert covers much of Nevada and parts of neighboring states? A. The Mojave Desert. B. The Great Basin Desert. C. The Sonoran Desert.
I'll go for B. The Great Basin Desert.
Correct. The Great Basin Desert spans much of Nevada and extends into Utah, Idaho, and Oregon. It's known for its dry climate, unique rock formations, and sagebrush landscapes. Question 11. What natural landmark in Arizona is known for its breathtaking size and beauty? A. Yosemite Valley. B. Grand Canyon. C. Niagara Falls.
I'll go for B. Grand Canyon.
Yes, the Grand Canyon, carved by the Colorado River, is one of the most iconic natural wonders in the U.S. Its massive scale and colorful rock layers attract millions of visitors each year. Question 12. What is the largest island in the Hawaiian Islands? A. Maui. B. Oahu. C. Hawaii Big Island.
I'll go for C. Hawaii Big Island.
Correct. The Big Island of Hawaii is the largest in the Hawaiian archipelago. It's known for its volcanic activity, including the active volcanoes in Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. Question 13. Which U.S. state is known for its production of potatoes? A. Idaho. B. Kansas. C. Ohio.
I'll go for A. Idaho.
Right. Idaho is famous for its potato production, and its climate and soil conditions are ideal for growing high-quality potatoes that are shipped across the country. Question 14. What is the longest mountain range in the United States? A. Appalachian Mountains. B. Sierra Nevada. C. Rocky Mountains.
I'll go for C. Rocky Mountains.
Correct. The Rocky Mountains stretch over 3,000 miles from Canada down to New Mexico, passing through states like Colorado, Montana, and Wyoming. It's one of the most iconic mountain ranges in North America. Question 15. Which U.S. region is often referred to as the breadbasket of America due to its agriculture? A. The Northeast. B. The Midwest. C. The Southeast.
I'll go for B. The Midwest.
Yes. The Midwest is known as the breadbasket of America because of its vast, fertile farmland that produces wheat, corn, and other essential crops. This region plays a crucial role in feeding the nation.
Anne smiles, pleased with Mark's understanding of the diverse geography and regions of the United States.
Excellent work, Mark. Learning about the geography of the U.S. gives you a sense of how vast and varied the country is, with each region bringing something unique to the nation.
Thank you, Anne. It's amazing to see how each part of the country has its own character and resources.
Exactly. From deserts and mountains to forests and lakes, the natural diversity of the U.S. is incredible, and it influences everything from culture to economy. You're doing a fantastic job.
Mark leaves, feeling more connected to the different landscapes and regions that make up the United States as he continues his journey towards citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 15. The Bill of Rights and Other Key Amendments. Anne and Mark are seated in their usual study room at the community center. Today, they're diving into the Bill of Rights and other key amendments that have shaped American law and society.
Hello, Mark. You've been doing wonderfully with all the topics we've covered. Today, in Part 15, we'll take a closer look at the Bill of Rights and some of the other key amendments to the U.S. Constitution. These amendments are foundational to American freedoms and legal protections everyone has in this country.
Thanks, Anne. I'm looking forward to learning about these amendments and how they impact people's rights.
Question 1. First question, what is the Bill of Rights? A. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution. B. The document declaring independence from Britain. C. The set of laws established by the Supreme Court.
I'm certain that A. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution.
Correct. The Bill of Rights includes the first 10 amendments, which protect fundamental rights like freedom of speech, religion, and the right to a fair trial. Question 2. What does the First Amendment protect? A. Only the right to vote. B. Freedoms of speech, religion, press, assembly, and petition. C. The right to own property.
I'm certain that B. Freedoms of speech, religion, press, assembly, and petition.
Exactly. The First Amendment is one of the most well-known amendments and protects essential rights that allow people to express themselves freely and engage in democracy. Question 3. What does the Second Amendment protect? A. The right to a speedy trial. B. The right to bear arms. C. The right to vote.
I'm certain that B. The right to bear arms.
Correct. The Second Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms. This amendment has been the subject of much debate as people discuss how it applies in modern times. Question 4. What does the Fourth Amendment protect citizens from? A. Unreasonable searches and seizures. B. Cruel and unusual punishment. C. Double jeopardy.
I'm certain that A. Unreasonable searches and seizures.
Yes. The Fourth Amendment requires authorities to have a warrant or probable cause to search someone's property, protecting citizens' privacy and freedom from arbitrary interference. Question 5. What is the purpose of the Fifth Amendment? A. To establish freedom of religion. B. To protect against self-incrimination and double jeopardy. C. To guarantee the right to bear arms.
I'm certain that B. To protect against self-incrimination and double jeopardy.
Correct. The Fifth Amendment gives individuals the right to remain silent and prevents them from being tried twice for the same crime. It's a crucial part of fair legal proceedings. Question 6. What does the Sixth Amendment guarantee? A. The right to vote. B. The right to a speedy and public trial. C. The right to own property.
I'm certain that B. The right to a speedy and public trial.
Exactly. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a fair trial with an impartial jury, ensuring that justice is not delayed or kept hidden from the public. Question 7. What does the Eighth Amendment prohibit? A. Unreasonable searches. B. Cruel and unusual punishment. C. The right to bear arms.
I'm certain that B. Cruel and unusual punishment.
Yes, the Eighth Amendment protects against excessive bail and cruel or unusual punishment, ensuring that punishment is fair and humane. Question 8. What is the significance of the 13th Amendment? A. It established freedom of speech. B. It abolished slavery. C. It guaranteed women the right to vote.
I choose B. It abolished slavery.
Correct. The 13th Amendment, ratified in 1865, abolished slavery in the United States. It was a monumental step toward equality and justice after the Civil War. Question 9. What does the 14th Amendment guarantee? A. Equal protection under the law for all citizens. B. The right to bear arms. C. The right to a speedy trial.
I choose A. Equal protection under the law for all citizens.
Exactly. The 14th Amendment ensures that all citizens, regardless of race or background, are treated equally under the law. This amendment has been foundational in civil rights progress. Question 10. What is the significance of the 15th Amendment? A. It granted African American men the right to vote. B. It established the Electoral College. C. It created the Supreme Court.
I choose A. It granted African American men the right to vote.
Correct. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, prohibits voting discrimination based on race, giving African American men the right to vote. This was a key victory in the Reconstruction era. Question 11. What right did the 19th Amendment grant? A. The right to a fair trial. B. The right for women to vote. C. The right to free speech.
I choose B. The right for women to vote.
Yes, the 19th Amendment, ratified in 1920, gave women the right to vote, marking a major milestone in the fight for gender equality in the United States. Question 12. What did the 24th Amendment accomplish? A. It abolished poll taxes in federal elections. B. It established freedom of religion. C. It allowed citizens to vote at age 18.
I choose A. It abolished poll taxes in federal elections.
Correct. The 24th Amendment, ratified in 1964, eliminated poll taxes, which had been used to prevent low-income individuals, particularly African Americans, from voting. Question 13. What right did the 26th Amendment give to U.S. citizens? A. The right to own property. B. The right to vote at age 18. C. The right to free speech.
I choose B. The right to vote at age 18.
Yes, the 26th Amendment, ratified in 1971, lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. This change recognized the contributions of young people, especially those serving in the military. Question 14. What does the Ninth Amendment state about rights not specifically listed in the Constitution? A. Only listed rights are protected. B. People have other rights beyond those listed. C. States can deny unlisted rights.
I choose B. People have other rights beyond those listed.
Correct. The Ninth Amendment acknowledges that people have rights beyond those enumerated in the Constitution, ensuring broad protection of individual freedoms. Question 15. Which amendment granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States? A. The 14th Amendment. B. The 10th Amendment. C. The 13th Amendment.
I choose A. The 14th Amendment.
Exactly. The 14th Amendment grants citizenship to anyone born or naturalized in the U.S., and it guarantees equal protection under the law. It was a key amendment after the Civil War to ensure rights for former slaves.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's understanding of the amendments that form the core of American rights and protections.
Fantastic work, Mark. Understanding these amendments gives you a strong foundation in the rights and freedoms that are protected in the United States.
Thank you, Anne. It's amazing to see how each amendment reflects struggles and progress for rights over time.
Absolutely. The amendments are living parts of the Constitution, adapting to protect freedoms as society changes. You're building a well-rounded understanding of what it means to be part of this country.
Mark leaves with a deeper appreciation for the rights and freedoms outlined in the Bill of Rights and other key amendments, excited for the next step in his journey toward U.S. citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 16, American Innovations and Contributions. Anne and Mark sit down for their next study session at the community center. Today, they're shifting gears to discuss American contributions to science, technology, culture, and international impact.
Hi, Mark. You've come so far in learning about the foundations of American government, rights, geography, and even the amendments. For Part 16, I thought it'd be fun to explore the many innovations and contributions the United States has made to the world. These contributions show how American culture, science, and ideas have impacted society globally.
That sounds really interesting, Anne. I'm excited to learn more about the positive contributions America has made.
Question 1. First question, who was the famous American inventor of the light bulb? A. Alexander Graham Bell. B. Thomas Edison. C. Henry Ford.
I'll go with B. Thomas Edison.
Correct. Thomas Edison is credited with inventing the practical light bulb, which revolutionized daily life and industry by making electric light widely available. Question 2. Which American inventor is known for developing the first telephone? A. Nikola Tesla. B. Thomas Edison. C. Alexander Graham Bell.
I'll go with C. Alexander Graham Bell.
Exactly. Bell invented the telephone, which transformed communication across the world. His invention paved the way for the global communications systems we rely on today. Question 3. What American company was the first to mass-produce cars on an assembly line? A. General Motors. B. Ford Motor Company. C. Chrysler.
I'll go with B. Ford Motor Company.
Correct. Henry Ford's assembly line made cars affordable for many Americans, changing transportation forever. His methods influenced manufacturing around the world. Question 4. What was Neil Armstrong's famous accomplishment in 1969? A. He became the first person to travel to the moon. B. He invented the airplane. C. He discovered electricity.
I'll go with A. He became the first person to travel to the moon.
Yes, Neil Armstrong was the first person to walk on the moon during the Apollo 11 mission, famously saying, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." It was a defining moment in space exploration. Question 5. What American-born scientist is known for the theory of relativity? A. Albert Einstein. B. Thomas Edison. C. Henry Ford.
I'll go with A. Albert Einstein.
Correct. Although he was born in Germany, Einstein spent much of his life in the U.S. His theory of relativity changed the field of physics and made him one of the most famous scientists in history. Question 6. Who developed the polio vaccine in 1955, helping to nearly eradicate the disease? A. Jonas Salk. B. Albert Sabin. C. Louis Pasteur.
I'll go with A. Jonas Salk.
Exactly. Jonas Salk's polio vaccine saved countless lives and helped eliminate the threat of polio, particularly in children. His work is celebrated worldwide for its positive impact on public health. Question 7. Which American music genre, developed in the 20th century, has influenced music globally? A. Classical. B. Jazz. C. Reggae.
I'll go with B. Jazz.
Yes, jazz originated in African American communities in the early 1900s. It's known for its improvisation and expressive style, influencing countless music genres around the world. Question 8. What American technology company created the iPhone, changing the way people communicate? A. Microsoft. B. Apple. C. IBM.
I'll go with B. Apple.
Correct. Apple introduced the iPhone in 2007, revolutionizing mobile communication, photography, and entertainment. The smartphone has since become an essential part of modern life. Question 9. Which American is known for developing peanut-based products and innovations in agriculture? A. George Washington Carver. B. Benjamin Franklin. C. Frederick Douglass.
My answer is A. George Washington Carver.
Exactly. Carver developed hundreds of uses for peanuts and other crops, transforming agriculture in the South. His work advanced sustainable farming and influenced food production practices. Question 10. Which American president started the Peace Corps, an organization that sends volunteers to help communities around the world? A. Franklin D. Roosevelt. B. John F. Kennedy. C. Lyndon B. Johnson.
My answer is B. John F. Kennedy.
Yes, Kennedy founded the Peace Corps in 1961. This program encourages young Americans to volunteer abroad, fostering goodwill and helping with education, healthcare, and infrastructure in developing countries. Question 11. What American civil rights leaders' speeches and activism inspired people around the world? A. Malcolm X. B. Martin Luther King Jr. C. Rosa Parks.
My answer is B. Martin Luther King Jr.
Correct. Martin Luther King Jr. was known for his powerful speeches like I Have a Dream. His commitment to nonviolent activism inspired social justice movements worldwide. Question 12. What American woman was a pioneer in aviation and the first female pilot to fly solo across the Atlantic? A. Amelia Earhart. B. Helen Keller. C. Susan B. Anthony.
My answer is A. Amelia Earhart.
Yes, Amelia Earhart was a groundbreaking pilot who defied gender norms and inspired women worldwide. Her achievements in aviation made her a symbol of courage and determination. Question 13. Which American architect is known for his innovative designs like the Guggenheim Museum in New York? A. Frank Lloyd Wright. B. Thomas Jefferson. C. Andrew Carnegie.
My answer is A. Frank Lloyd Wright.
Correct. Wright is celebrated for his organic architecture, creating buildings that harmonize with their surroundings. His designs have influenced architects across the globe. Question 14. Which U.S. state is home to Silicon Valley, a global center for technology and innovation? A. Texas. B. Florida. C. California.
My answer is C. California.
Exactly. Silicon Valley, located in California, is known as a hub for technology companies, startups, and innovation. It has produced global leaders in tech like Google, Apple, and Facebook. Question 15. What is one of the United States' greatest contributions to democratic ideals and human rights? A. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights. B. The Bill of Rights. C. The Magna Carta.
My answer is B. The Bill of Rights.
Yes, the Bill of Rights was one of the first documents to outline specific protections for individual freedoms and set a standard for human rights worldwide. It's been influential in establishing democratic ideals globally.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's knowledge of American innovations and contributions.
Excellent work, Mark. These contributions show how the U.S. has impacted science, culture, and democracy around the world.
Thanks, Anne. It's inspiring to see how American ideas and innovations have shaped so much of modern life and culture.
Absolutely. The United States has played a major role in advancing technology, human rights, and the arts, and understanding these contributions helps you see the country's impact globally. You're doing so well.
Mark leaves, feeling proud to learn about the innovations and ideals the United States has shared with the world as he continues on his path to citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 17, Influential Documents and Principles of American Democracy. Anne and Mark are back in their familiar study room, ready to explore the foundational documents and democratic principles that have shaped the United States.
Hello, Mark. You've been doing such a great job with American history, geography, and the country's contributions to the world. Today, for Part 17, we'll dive into the key documents and principles that laid the foundation for American democracy. Understanding these will help you see how American values were formed and continue to guide the country.
That sounds really interesting, Anne. I'm ready to learn more about what makes American democracy unique.
Question 1. First question, what document declared America's independence from Britain? A. The U.S. Constitution. B. The Declaration of Independence. C. The Bill of Rights.
I'll go with B. The Declaration of Independence.
Correct. The Declaration of Independence, adopted on July 4, 1776, announced the colonies' separation from Britain and outlined the reasons why they sought independence. Question 2. Who was the main author of the Declaration of Independence? A. George Washington. B. Thomas Jefferson. C. Benjamin Franklin.
I'll go with B. Thomas Jefferson.
Exactly. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, drawing on ideas about natural rights and the need for government by consent of the governed. Question 3. What does the Declaration of Independence say people have the right to do if a government becomes abusive? A. Overthrow or change the government. B. Pay more taxes. C. Obey the government without question.
I'll go with A. Overthrow or change the government.
Correct. The Declaration states that when a government fails to protect people's rights, they have the right to alter or abolish it and establish a government that will serve them better. Question 4. Which document begins with the words, "We the people"? A. The Declaration of Independence. B. The Constitution. C. The Bill of Rights.
I'll go with B. The Constitution.
Yes, the phrase, "We the people," in the Constitution's preamble emphasizes that the government's power comes from the people, setting the tone for democracy in the United States. Question 5. What is the primary purpose of the U.S. Constitution? A. To declare independence from Britain. B. To outline the structure of the government and protect citizens' rights. C. To establish trade rules with Europe.
I'll go with B. To outline the structure of the government and protect citizens' rights.
Correct. The Constitution creates the framework of the federal government, setting up 3 branches with specific powers and checks to ensure a balanced and fair system. Question 6. What principle of the Constitution allows each branch of government to limit the power of the other branches? A. Federalism. B. Checks and balances. C. Judicial review.
I'll go with B. Checks and balances.
Exactly. Checks and balances prevent any one branch from becoming too powerful, with each branch having specific ways to limit the authority of the others. Question 7. What is the purpose of the preamble to the Constitution? A. To list the rights of the people. B. To explain the reasons for creating the Constitution. C. To declare war on Britain.
I'll go with B. To explain the reasons for creating the Constitution.
Correct. The preamble sets the stage for the Constitution, explaining its purposes, including establishing justice, ensuring peace, and securing liberty for future generations. Question 8. What is the significance of the phrase life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the Declaration of Independence? A. It lists rights the government can limit. B. It outlines fundamental rights the government should protect. C. It only applies to landowners.
I'll go with B. It outlines fundamental rights the government should protect.
Yes, these are considered natural rights, meaning they belong to every person. They reflect the belief that government exists to secure these rights for its citizens. Question 9. What does separation of powers mean? A. Each branch can control all aspects of government. B. Each branch has separate and independent powers. C. Power is concentrated in one branch of government.
I'm positive that B. Each branch has separate and independent powers.
Correct. Separation of powers divides government responsibilities among the legislative, executive, and judicial branches to prevent any one branch from having too much power. Question 10. What principle is reflected in the idea that the government is only legitimate with the consent of the governed? A. Judicial review. B. Popular sovereignty. C. National supremacy.
I'm positive that B. Popular sovereignty.
Exactly. Popular sovereignty means that the people are the source of government power. This principle ensures that government actions reflect the will of the people. Question 11. Which document established the first governing framework for the United States before the Constitution? A. The Articles of Confederation. B. The Declaration of Independence. C. The Bill of Rights.
I'm positive that A. The Articles of Confederation.
Yes, the Articles of Confederation were the first framework for government in the United States, but they were replaced by the Constitution because they created a weak federal structure. Question 12. What is federalism in the context of American government? A. A system where states have no power. B. A division of power between national and state governments. C. The idea that only the national government should make laws.
I'm positive that B. A division of power between national and state governments.
Correct. Federalism balances power by dividing responsibilities between the federal government and state governments, allowing them to address both national and local needs. Question 13. What landmark document did the English Bill of Rights influence, particularly in protecting individual rights? A. The Declaration of Independence. B. The U.S. Constitution. C. The Articles of Confederation.
I'm positive that B. The U.S. Constitution.
Exactly. The English Bill of Rights inspired many protections for individual rights found in the U.S. Constitution and Bill of Rights, such as trial by jury and limits on government power. Question 14. What is the purpose of the Bill of Rights? A. To list powers of the states. B. To protect individual freedoms and limit government power. C. To outline trade agreements with other countries.
I'm positive that B. To protect individual freedoms and limit government power.
Correct. The Bill of Rights consists of the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, guaranteeing freedoms such as speech, religion, and due process, while limiting government authority. Question 15. What was one key reason for the Constitutional Convention of 1787? A. To strengthen the federal government because the Articles of Confederation were too weak. B. To add more taxes on the states. C. To make George Washington king.
I'm positive that A. To strengthen the federal government because the Articles of Confederation were too weak.
Yes. The Constitutional Convention was called because the Articles of Confederation created a weak central government, unable to effectively govern the growing nation. The Constitution was drafted to create a stronger, balanced system.
Anne smiles, pleased with Mark's understanding of these fundamental documents and principles.
Wonderful job, Mark. Knowing about these documents and principles helps you understand the values and structures that form the core of American democracy.
Thanks, Anne. Learning about these foundational ideas makes me appreciate how carefully the government was designed to protect freedom and fairness.
Absolutely. The principles of popular sovereignty, federalism, and checks and balances are all in place to protect individual rights and ensure government accountability. You're gaining a true understanding of what makes American democracy work.
Mark leaves, feeling a deep respect for the foundational documents and principles that protect American democracy as he continues his journey toward citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 18, U.S. Foreign Policy and International Relations. Anne and Mark meet once again at the community center, this time to discuss America's role in the world. Today's topic is U.S. foreign policy and international relations.
Hi, Mark. You've done an amazing job learning about the structure, principles, and history of the U.S. government. For Part 18, we'll talk about the U.S. role on the global stage. Understanding American foreign policy will help you see how the U.S. interacts with other countries and works to promote its values and interests abroad.
That sounds fascinating, Anne. I'm ready to learn about how the U.S. approaches its relationships with other nations.
Question 1. First question, what is the main goal of U.S. foreign policy? A. To promote freedom, security, and economic prosperity. B. To create laws for other countries. C. To close all borders.
I choose A. To promote freedom, security, and economic prosperity.
Correct. U.S. foreign policy aims to protect national security, promote democracy, support economic development, and maintain peaceful relations with other countries. Question 2. Which branch of government has the power to make treaties with other nations? A. Judicial. B. Legislative. C. Executive.
I choose C. Executive.
Yes, the President, as the head of the executive branch, has the authority to negotiate treaties. However, treaties must be approved by a 2/3 vote in the Senate before they can take effect. Question 3. What is the purpose of the United Nations, UN? A. To provide a forum for countries to cooperate on global issues. B. To create military alliances. C. To enforce religious laws globally.
I choose A. To provide a forum for countries to cooperate on global issues.
Correct. The United Nations was established to help countries work together on issues like peace, security, human rights, and development. The U.S. is a founding member and plays a significant role in the UN. Question 4. Which government department is primarily responsible for managing U.S. foreign relations? A. The Department of Defense. B. The Department of State. C. The Department of Education.
I choose B. The Department of State.
Exactly. The Department of State handles U.S. diplomacy, maintains embassies, and represents the country in international organizations. It's led by the Secretary of State, who advises the President on foreign policy. Question 5. Who is the Chief Diplomat of the United States? A. The Secretary of Defense. B. The President. C. The Vice President.
I choose B. The President.
Correct. As chief diplomat, the President shapes foreign policy, meets with foreign leaders, and represents the U.S. in international matters, working to promote U.S. interests abroad. Question 6. What is NATO and why was it established? A. A trade organization for South America. B. A military alliance for collective defense. C. A global environmental organization.
I choose B. A military alliance for collective defense.
Yes, NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, was formed after World War II to provide mutual defense against aggression, primarily from the Soviet Union. An attack on one member is considered an attack on all. Question 7. What is an embassy? A. A military base in another country. B. The official residence of U.S. representatives in foreign countries. C. A place for tourists to stay.
I choose B. the official residence of U.S. representatives in foreign countries.
Exactly. Embassies are diplomatic missions where ambassadors and staff work to represent U.S. interests, assist American citizens, and facilitate cooperation with host countries. Question 8. Which doctrine announced after World War II aimed to contain the spread of communism? A. The Marshall Plan. B. The Monroe Doctrine. C. The Truman Doctrine.
My answer is C. The Truman Doctrine.
Correct. The Truman Doctrine committed the U.S. to support countries resisting communism, shaping Cold War policy. This approach led to aid and support for Greece, Turkey, and other nations at risk of communist influence. Question 9. What was the Marshall Plan? A. A program to rebuild Europe after World War II. B. A plan to increase taxes in the U.S. C. A treaty between the U.S. and Canada.
My answer is A. Program to rebuild Europe after World War II.
Yes. The Marshall Plan provided economic aid to help Europe recover from the devastation of World War II. This assistance helped stabilize the region and prevent the spread of communism. Question 10. What does the term foreign aid mean? A. Aid given by one country to help another country. B. A domestic welfare program. C. A way to increase taxes for other countries.
My answer is A. Aid given by one country to help another country.
Correct. Foreign aid can take the form of financial assistance, food, medical supplies, or military support to help other countries meet needs, recover from disasters, or support economic growth. Question 11. What is the purpose of economic sanctions? A. To punish or pressure a country without using military force. B. To improve trade relations. C. To increase taxes for American citizens.
My answer is A. To punish or pressure a country without using military force.
Yes, economic sanctions restrict trade or financial activities with targeted countries to discourage certain behaviors, like human rights abuses or nuclear development, without using military action. Question 12. Which branch of government has the power to declare war? A. Executive. B. Judicial. C. Legislative.
My answer is C. Legislative.
Correct. Only Congress has the authority to declare war. While the President directs the military as Commander-in-Chief, Congress must approve formal declarations of war. Question 13. What is the Monroe Doctrine? A. A policy opposing European interference in the Americas. B. A trade agreement with Mexico. C. A military pact with Canada.
My answer is A. A policy opposing European interference in the Americas.
Exactly. The Monroe Doctrine, announced in 1823, declared that the Western Hemisphere was off limits to European colonization or interference, shaping U.S. foreign policy in the Americas for generations. Question 14. What role does the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, play? A. Provides financial aid for education within the U.S. B. Manages U.S. foreign military alliances. C. Delivers humanitarian and development assistance to other countries.
My answer is C. Delivers humanitarian and development assistance to other countries.
Yes, USAID focuses on reducing poverty, supporting health, and encouraging democratic governance in developing nations. It's a key part of U.S. foreign policy efforts to promote stability. Question 15. What is the purpose of the World Trade Organization, WTO, which the U.S. is a part of? A. To promote international trade by setting rules and resolving disputes. B. To create new currencies. C. To enforce environmental standards.
My answer is A. To promote international trade by setting rules and resolving disputes.
Correct. The WTO helps countries negotiate trade agreements and resolve trade disputes, promoting fair and open international trade that benefits economies worldwide.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's understanding of America's role in the world.
Excellent work, Mark. You now have a solid understanding of how the United States interacts with other countries, promoting stability, security, and cooperation.
Thanks, Anne. Learning about foreign policy makes me appreciate how much effort goes into maintaining peace and supporting other countries.
Absolutely. The U.S. works on many fronts, diplomacy, foreign aid, and alliances, to promote a safer, more connected world. You're doing wonderfully on your journey to citizenship.
Mark leaves, feeling a deeper appreciation for the United States' efforts to build international partnerships and promote global stability as he continues his journey towards citizenship. 300 Questions for the U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 19. Important American Historical Figures. Anne and Mark are back in the familiar study room, ready to discuss influential figures in American history. Today, they'll cover leaders, activists, and pioneers who shaped the nation.
Hi, Mark. You've done a great job learning about American laws, values, and global influence. Today, in Part 19, we'll dive into the lives of some of the most important figures in American history. These individuals shaped the nation through their actions, ideals, and determination.
That sounds great, Anne. I'm ready to learn more about the people who helped shape the U.S.
Question 1. First question, who was the first president of the United States? A. Thomas Jefferson. B. Benjamin Franklin. C. George Washington.
I'm certain that C. George Washington.
Correct. George Washington was the first president, serving from 1789 to 1797. Known as the father of his country, he set many precedents for future presidents and helped establish the new nation. Question 2. Who is known as the principal author of the Declaration of Independence? A. John Adams. B. Thomas Jefferson. C. Alexander Hamilton.
I'm certain that B. Thomas Jefferson.
Exactly. Jefferson drafted the Declaration, expressing ideals about freedom and equality that inspired Americans and people around the world. Question 3. Who led the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s and is famous for his "I Have a Dream" speech? A. Malcolm X. B. Frederick Douglass. C. Martin Luther King Jr.
I'm certain that C. Martin Luther King Jr.
Correct. Martin Luther King Jr. used nonviolent protest to fight for equality and justice, inspiring millions with his speeches and actions. Question 4. Who was the first Secretary of the Treasury and one of the authors of the Federalist Papers? A. Thomas Jefferson. B. Alexander Hamilton. C. James Madison.
I'm certain that B. Alexander Hamilton.
Yes. Hamilton was instrumental in establishing the U.S. financial system and supported a strong federal government. His writings in the Federalist Papers helped persuade people to ratify the Constitution. Question 5. Who was a leading abolitionist and former enslaved person who became a powerful voice against slavery? A. Booker T. Washington. B. W.E.B. Du Bois. C. Frederick Douglass.
I'm certain that C. Frederick Douglass.
Exactly. Frederick Douglass escaped slavery and became a famous orator, writer, and advocate for abolition and equal rights. His autobiography became influential in the fight to end slavery. Question 6. Who was the president during the Great Depression and World War II? A. Herbert Hoover. B. Franklin D. Roosevelt. C. Harry S. Truman.
I'm certain that B. Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Correct. Roosevelt led the U.S. through both the Great Depression and most of World War II, implementing New Deal programs to support the economy and guiding the nation during challenging times. Question 7. Who was the first woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court? A. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. B. Sandra Day O'Connor. C. Eleanor Roosevelt.
I'm certain that B. Sandra Day O'Connor.
Yes. Sandra Day O'Connor was appointed in 1981 and served as a key voice on the Supreme Court. Her appointment marked a significant step toward gender equality in the judiciary. Question 8. Who was the famous aviation pioneer who became the first female pilot to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean? A. Amelia Earhart. B. Helen Keller. C. Sally Ride.
I'll go with A. Amelia Earhart.
Exactly. Earhart was a courageous pilot who broke barriers for women in aviation. Her achievements inspired generations of women to pursue careers in fields traditionally dominated by men. Question 9. Who was a prominent American suffragist who played a major role in securing women's right to vote? A. Harriet Tubman. B. Susan B. Anthony. C. Elizabeth Blackwell.
I'll go with B. Susan B. Anthony.
Correct. Susan B. Anthony dedicated her life to the fight for women's suffrage, helping pave the way for the 19th Amendment, which granted women the right to vote. Question 10. Who was the commander of the Continental Army during the American Revolution? A. George Washington, B. Thomas Paine, C. John Adams.
I'll go with A. George Washington.
Yes, Washington led the Continental Army to victory over the British, a crucial role that established him as a respected leader and eventually led to his presidency. Question 11. Who was a scientist and statesman known for his experiments with electricity and involvement in the founding of the United States? A. Thomas Edison, B. Benjamin Franklin, C. James Monroe.
I'll go with B. Benjamin Franklin.
Correct. Franklin was a true polymath, contributing to science, politics, and diplomacy. His inventions and ideas had a lasting impact on American society. Question 12. Who was the famous nurse during the Civil War who later founded the American Red Cross? A. Clara Barton, B. Florence Nightingale, C. Harriet Tubman.
I'll go with A. Clara Barton.
Exactly. Known as the Angel of the Battlefield, Clara Barton provided medical care to soldiers during the Civil War and later established the American Red Cross, which continues to help people worldwide. Question 13. Who was an influential labor leader who fought for workers' rights and helped establish the United Farm Workers Union? A. Cesar Chavez, B. Martin Luther King Jr., C. Malcolm X.
I'll go with A. Cesar Chavez.
Correct. Chavez dedicated his life to improving conditions for farm workers, leading nonviolent strikes, and advocating for fair wages and working conditions. Question 14. Who was the African American educator and founder of the Tuskegee Institute, who emphasized vocational training for Black Americans? A. Booker T. Washington, B. W.E.B. Du Bois, C. Thurgood Marshall.
I'll go with A. Booker T. Washington.
Yes, Booker T. Washington promoted education and economic progress as paths to equality. His work at the Tuskegee Institute provided many African Americans with educational and economic opportunities. Question 15. Who was the first African American Supreme Court Justice? A. Clarence Thomas, B. Thurgood Marshall, C. Colin Powell.
I'll go with B. Thurgood Marshall.
Correct. Thurgood Marshall was a civil rights lawyer before becoming the first African American on the Supreme Court. He played a significant role in the historic Brown versus Board of Education case, which ended racial segregation in schools.
Anne smiles, impressed with Mark's knowledge of American history's influential figures.
You did an excellent job, Mark. Learning about these individuals gives you a deeper understanding of the sacrifices and efforts that have shaped the nation.
Thank you, Anne. It's inspiring to see how each of these people contributed to building a better America.
Absolutely. Each of these figures left a lasting legacy, and their dedication to ideals like freedom, equality, and progress serves as a reminder of what can be accomplished with courage and vision. You're doing wonderfully.
Mark leaves, feeling inspired by the lives of those who have helped shape America's history, excited to continue his journey towards citizenship. 300 questions for the U.S. citizenship test. Final part. Review of key concepts in American history and government. Anne and Mark gather for their last study session at the community center. They've been through an incredible journey together, exploring all aspects of American history, government, and culture. Today, they'll review essential concepts as Mark prepares for his citizenship test.
Well, Mark, here we are, our final session. You've come such a long way, covering every part of American history, government structure, rights, and values. Today, we'll do a comprehensive review to make sure you're ready for your citizenship test. Let's make this session a memorable one.
I can't believe it's the last part, Anne. I feel ready, but I'm excited to go over everything one more time with you.
Question 1. First question, what is the supreme law of the land in the United States? A. The Declaration of Independence. B. The U.S. Constitution. C. The Bill of Rights.
I believe B. The U.S. Constitution.
Correct. The Constitution is the foundation of U.S. law and governs all other laws in the country. Everything else is built upon its principles and guidelines. Question 2. What are the first 10 amendments to the Constitution called? A. The Articles of Confederation. B. The Declaration of Rights. C. The Bill of Rights.
I believe C. The Bill of Rights.
Yes, the Bill of Rights guarantees fundamental freedoms like freedom of speech, religion, and the right to a fair trial, which are central to American values. Question 3. How many amendments does the U.S. Constitution currently have? A. 10. B. 27. C. 50.
I believe B. 27.
Correct. There are 27 amendments, each adding or clarifying important rights and procedures. They show how the Constitution evolved with the nation's needs. Question 4. What is the economic system of the United States? A. Socialist. B. Communist. C. Capitalist market economy.
I believe C. Capitalist market economy.
Exactly. The U.S. has a capitalist economy which emphasizes private ownership, individual entrepreneurship, and competition. Question 5. What do we call the first 10 amendments to the Constitution? A. The Declaration of Independence. B. The Articles of Confederation. C. The Bill of Rights.
I believe C. The Bill of Rights.
Correct. These amendments were added to ensure essential freedoms and protections for individuals, creating a foundation for American liberties. Question 6. Who wrote the Federalist Papers to support the ratification of the Constitution? A. Thomas Jefferson. B. Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay. C. George Washington.
I believe B. Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay.
Yes, these men wrote the Federalist Papers to explain the Constitution and persuade states to ratify it, helping shape how Americans understand government power and responsibilities. Question 7. What is one reason colonists came to America? A. To avoid taxes. B. To gain wealth without laws. C. To seek religious freedom and economic opportunity.
I believe C. To seek religious freedom and economic opportunity.
Correct. Many early settlers came to escape religious persecution or to pursue economic opportunities, creating communities where they could practice their beliefs freely. Question 8. What was one important thing Abraham Lincoln did? A. Sign the Constitution. B. Led the nation during the Civil War and issued the Emancipation Proclamation. C. Discovered America.
I'm positive that B. Led the nation during the Civil War and issued the Emancipation Proclamation.
Right. Lincoln preserved the Union during the Civil War and issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which declared freedom for enslaved people in Confederate states. Question 9. Why did the colonists fight the British? A. Because they wanted to form a monarchy. B. Because of high taxes and lack of representation. C. Because Britain wanted to create a new constitution.
I'm positive that B. Because of high taxes and lack of representation.
Correct. The colonists fought the Revolutionary War to gain independence, largely due to taxation without representation and British control over their affairs. Question 10. When was the Declaration of Independence adopted? A. July 4th, 1776. B. December 7th, 1941. C. April 12, 1861.
I'm positive that A. July 4th, 1776.
Exactly. Independence Day celebrates the adoption of this document, which declared America's independence from British rule. Question 11. What does the judicial branch do? A. Makes laws. B. Enforces laws. C. Interprets laws.
I'm positive that C. Interprets laws.
Yes. The judicial branch, especially the Supreme Court, interprets the Constitution and ensures that laws comply with it, providing a check on the other branches. Question 12. What stops one branch of government from becoming too powerful? A. The Bill of Rights. B. The separation of powers and checks and balances. C. The Electoral College.
I'm positive that B. The separation of powers and checks and balances.
Correct. This system prevents any single branch from taking full control, allowing each branch to check and balance the others. Question 13. Who is known as the father of our country? A. Abraham Lincoln. B. Thomas Jefferson. C. George Washington.
I'm positive that C. George Washington.
Right. Washington led the country through the Revolutionary War and served as its first president, setting many traditions that remain today. Question 14. What are two rights mentioned in the Declaration of Independence? A. Freedom of speech and religion. B. Life and liberty. C. Voting and the right to a fair trial.
I'm positive that B. Life and liberty.
Correct. The Declaration speaks of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as unalienable rights, forming a philosophical basis for American freedoms. Question 15. Who is in charge of the executive branch? A. The Chief Justice. B. The Speaker of the House. C. The President.
I'm positive that C. The President.
Yes, the President heads the executive branch, leading the administration and ensuring laws are enforced. Question 16. How many U.S. Senators are there? A. 50, B. 100, C. 435.
I'm positive that B. 100.
Correct. Each state elects 2 senators, making a total of 100, representing equal state influence in the Senate. Question 17. Who wrote the Emancipation Proclamation? A. Thomas Jefferson. B. Abraham Lincoln. C. James Madison.
I'll go for B. Abraham Lincoln.
Right. The Emancipation Proclamation, issued in 1863, declared the freedom of enslaved people in Confederate states, a key step toward ending slavery in the U.S. Question 18. What is one promise you make when you become a U.S. citizen? A. To speak only English. B. To give up loyalty to other countries and obey U.S. laws. C. To run for office.
I'll go for B. To give up loyalty to other countries and obey U.S. laws.
Yes, new citizens promise loyalty to the United States, obey its laws, and uphold the principles of the Constitution. Question 19. What did the Civil Rights Movement achieve? A. The start of the Revolutionary War. B. Rights and protections against racial discrimination. C. The election of George Washington.
I'll go for B. Rights and protections against racial discrimination.
Correct. The Civil Rights Movement of the 1950s and 1960s led to significant laws that protected minorities from discrimination, advancing equality in America. Question 20. What is the pledge recited to show loyalty to the United States? A. The Declaration of Independence. B. The Pledge of Allegiance. C. The Star-Spangled Banner.
I'll go for B. The Pledge of Allegiance.
Exactly. The Pledge of Allegiance is recited to express respect and loyalty to the U.S. flag and the republic it represents.
Anne beams with pride as she finishes the review questions.
Mark, you did an incredible job. You've mastered so much, and I have no doubt you're ready for your citizenship test.
Thank you, Anne. I couldn't have done it without your help. I feel truly prepared and excited for this next step.
It's been my pleasure, Mark. You've gained not just knowledge, but a deep understanding of the values, struggles, and achievements that make America what it is. You're ready to become a part of this great nation.
Mark leaves the study room with confidence and gratitude. ready to take the final step toward his U.S. citizenship, carrying with him the knowledge and values he's learned through his journey.